Hello, y'all. How's it going? It is... Gonna turn down the volume in my headset a bit. It is Friday, and that means it's time for the viewer level stream. That is, as always, today, on Friday. How y'all doing? It has been a normal week. Nothing much has happened. It's been sort of a slow news week, I suppose you could say. So, you know, I'll say for context, anyone watching this later, it is January 24th, 2025. That is to say, right after, a bit of a political, inauguration type thing. Don't worry about that. Don't worry about that. I don't introduce myself at the beginning of my streams. I don't, no. I just say hello. What's up? I should maybe say that I'm the Master DS. That would be a good idea. I don't know. It's weird to say my own name. I feel like it's weird to say my name. I never say my name. I don't say my name that much. This is viewer levels. I'm gonna take viewer levels from the folks at home, and I'm going to play them real fast before we begin. Let me just before we get to the heart and soul of tonight, the viewer levels, which surely will be coming. Bit of a slow, only one right now in the queue. I'm sure that one is very nice, and I will play it. But can't wait to play it. But first, gonna start with a little bit of a small maker update. Small maker update to start. Last Wednesday, did a making stream where I went into a bunch of games and tried to get inspiration by playing their last levels, their penultimate levels, their last secret levels, that sort of thing. Trying to get some inspiration for this, my last level in my super world. I'll say at the end of that stream, I was a little disappointed, as though I had a lot of ideas, I wasn't able to, like, get anything that really felt right, really felt satisfying. Hello, Blitz Glock, how you doing? Thank you for the level. I wasn't able to get anything that really felt satisfying, but, and I tried a couple times to build up a second room. Like, I had this first room going into the stream, and, you know, I kind of wanted to do a second one that sort of follows up on it, and I couldn't do it during that stream. Well, yesterday, I managed to do it. Let me show you what it looks like now. So here's the first room that I had the whole while, for a couple weeks now. Pretty straightforward, like 10 seconds of gameplay. And now let me show you the additional 10 to 20 seconds of gameplay I cooked up yesterday. So basically it's just a little room where you run across some things and avoid some potobos. Climb some clouds, and then you can hit an exclamation block to get another path to the pipe. I've never seen that guy block the pipe like that, I'll say. That's interesting. That's funny that it should work like that. To get to here, you know, after that stream, I thought about a lot what I wanted the second room to do. I slept on it. I sketched up an idea at work, you know, just real quick like. And then a Thursday night I came home and I just sort of put it together in between a trip to the grocery store. You know, before and after a trip to the grocery store, and here's the result. I think it's pretty good. It's sort of a cool down from the first room. It's a little bit stressful, and introduces some new ideas and enemies in a way that I think is nice, while still having the potobos, still having the bullies in it a good deal. And yeah, I think that's a good second room. I have about 20 to 30 seconds of gameplay here so far. Pretty decent. We'll continue working on that as I go. I'll say I previously came up with I'll say I've had the idea for the potobos shooting down for a while now. You can see over here. This is an area I had built, like, off-stream previously. I just had to make, like, a less intense version of that to make that second room. Something that introduces the idea of weaving in between, like, potobos dropping down on you and crap. Pretty good, pretty good. Looking forward to continuing work on this. Hopefully should come together sometime this year. That's my hope for this level. That's sometime sooner than soon this year, I'm hoping. We'll see, we'll see. Anyway, let's get into things. Let's do it. It's time for viewer levels, folks. Viewer levels proper. Let me explain how this works for those who are new, those who need a refresher, whatever. However the case may be, let me explain how it all works. We got the right game and everything on Twitch, right? Yeah, we're good, we're good. Let me explain how this works. How this works is... Make absolutely sure... Okay, cool. Let me explain how this works. When your level comes up, if you are here, I will give it 12 minutes plus 5 last tries if that's not enough. 12 minutes plus 5 last tries if that's not enough. If you are not here, and you know, in chat, actively, whatever, I will still play the level, but I will do so in very nearly but not quite sudden death, wherein I will only have 2 tries to beat the level, refreshing at checkpoints. Also worth noting, we now have the Express Pass, which is a feature for Twitch subscriptions, Twitch subs, the people who pay money. Basically, that's a once a stream, skip the line, but you only get 3 lives refreshing at checkpoints to do it. Right now, there's 2 levels in queue, so really no need for that now. And I would advise if anyone did have access to that, save it for later in the event that the queue does get loaded up. Hey, Realistic Mario, perfect. Hey, there's a 3rd level in there now. Thank you for the level. So, you know, keep that in mind, jot that down, whatever you need to do. This level is Sunset Sands, a short Kaizo on the easier side. No item tricks. I sometimes don't read the names and descriptions of levels. I perhaps should. Let's do it. All happy? All makes sense? All understand what's going on? How this works? Cool. 12 minutes. Rock Party is here, by the way. I remember this one. We had this one in the lightning round once. I don't think it's... I say this as I'm dying like 2 times just trying to like slide upwards into the sky rather than just like, I don't know, jumping over. But I don't think this is like terribly hard. I don't think this is terribly hard. We just gotta like use some skill. Hey Mortis, how you doing? Q's getting there. Q's getting there. Q's getting packed. Okay. We got some levels in Q. Let's go. I am dying in the most embarrassing ways. Shake off the rust, I guess. I don't know. This is a somewhat precise level. A Kaizo-ish level. Makes sense that it would be hard. I could use a drink of water. Damn it! Okay, I'm gonna drink my water, and then we're going to use skill to get through this. You're doing good? Good! Hope everyone had a good week. Hope everything is normal. Hope, y'all are feeling good about stuff. You know, same as any week, really. Yep. The ice physics makes that weird. Do we have to jump up and hit No, that's not a... There we go, that's what I meant to do the previous times where I died like a fool. Ice physics make it a little weird, I'll say. Let me just say up front, I wasn't sure how much I would have to talk about today, and then I managed to fill up like a normal amount of cards, so we do have things to talk about. First and foremost, you know, current events have been, rather current, rather eventful, so I'll touch on that, I guess, but there's also just a ton of, like, lighthearted stuff going on, I suppose, and I'm walking into icicles from the side, like a fool. Y'all wanna do a card? Would y'all like a card? Let's do a card. Did you see how fast TikTok's ban was undone? First topic of the night. Just want to talk about this real fast, considering it's been all the talk of the town for the last week. I say it's been the talk of the town. It was the talk of, like... It's been the talk of the town, like, previous weeks, leading up to the ban. And, like, Monday, it was the talk of the town. Monday, it was the talk of the town. And then it sort of got eclipsed by, like, other topics, but... Yeah, it was pretty straightforward. Everyone sort of just teed up a perfect opportunity for Trump to look really good by having the TikTok ban end right as Biden's presidency ends, such that Trump can take credit for being like, oh, it doesn't get banned, actually. And also, you know, now they're gonna do stuff for me that's good. I'll say, I do think that jubilation perhaps was too soon. You know, perhaps the celebration was a bit too soon. It has become immediately obvious to people on TikTok, apparently, that, like, the service has been censored a good deal now, post-ban and unban. Right? Like, as much as it's easy to see this as like a power move of TikTok being like, yeah, you ban us, we're gonna make your political adversary look so good, you'll never want to fuck with us again. As tempting as it is to take that view, then you try to search for Free Palestine and you realize, like, oh, that's, you can't do that anymore. That's not a thing anymore on TikTok. It's, like, super suppressed. Which, to be fair, you know, TikTok has had that sort of censorship forever. You know, people have invented whole dumbass alternate languages. Fuck. Whole dumbass alternate languages to get around their like, censorship. And, that sucks and all, but, you know, I don't know. It's one thing. I do think it's depressing to realize, like, okay, well, TikTok was almost banned for being quote-unquote foreign propaganda, and now it's being unbanned because it has been officially made into domestic propaganda, which, yeah, that's not great. That's really not great, actually. I don't like that. But, what are you gonna do? Wait. Oh, okay, we didn't need that. That's just... I guess that's for, like, the, first way. Jump up. Very good. Is this the end? Okay. We got here- oh, fuck! I was about to say we got here before and then we died. And then I remembered as I was saying that, we died because I thought it was a good idea to, like, turn to the camera and say something, not realizing that that Koopa can absolutely escape and kick our ass. Which it did again, a second time! Same mistake. Okay, I'm remembering now. We need to just sit back and let the Koopa escape, and then we can fuck him up once he's, like, outside the, containment. Okay. Okay. Damn it! Well, we got it, though. We got this, we got this dialed in. Abso-fruitly. I guess, you know, hey, continue on with Red Note. Keep doing Red Note, people who were leaving TikTok. It seems to me that that might be a good idea just from, like, you know, TikTok isn't quite what it was. I'll also say, I wish that, you know, I wish that the quote-unquote freedom social media network could be one where, you know, people are allowed to say things, and including things that are critical of any government. But, I don't know. I'll say, I think it is very interesting how, like, people have been turning on, like, the, anti-China talk as, like, people have spent more time on Red Note and realized that China is, like, pretty far ahead, pretty, like, advanced, and people live reasonably well, according to what people are saying. Which I think is, well, that's just interesting, isn't it? How long does that guy take to escape? It's not based on, like, where I am, right? He's just gonna escape after a set time. It's not RNG. Come on, dude. Get out. Escape. I believe in you. Escape, and then I'm gonna kick your ass. Come on, dude. Get out of there. Leave the exit room. How'd this motherfucker leave the exit room the previous time? Does this guy only leave if he can kick my ass? Oh, maybe he only, like, pops below for a second, and then pops right back out. Hello, WellR, how you doing? I'm beginning to think this motherfucker ain't gonna leave the ending room. So I'll just win. I'll just win instead, using good timing. Okay. That works. I'm doing alright, Weller. We got it. We did it. Good shit. Enjoyed it. Rock Party. Let me hit complete and bring up the next level. Wonderful. Wonderful. Blitz Glock. You are up. Go ahead and confirm. Go ahead and confirm. Thank you for level Weller. So yeah, the TikTok situation, I don't know, man. It's good that it didn't get it's not banned. Pick anything that's in your super world, pick any level you want or your 5-level demo, whatever you want. Made to look like Super Mario Bros. 3 Lost levels. Interesting. Cool. That sounds nice. Can't wait to see. Curious what happens with TikTok going forward. I'm hoping that some of those things can be reeled back over time, but I don't know. I feel like at a certain point, maybe just everyone just keep moving to new social media platforms. I think it is kind of fascinating that, like, we're playing one level of a super world, maybe. WellR. One level. One level at a time, by the way, let me say. One level at a time is how this works. And you can always resubmit after your level is completed. So, yeah. Let's do this 5-level demo. As, requested, suggested, etc. Thank you for level Rock Party. And, by the way, Blitz Glock is here, so 12-minute timer. Let's go. You only have 3 lives, but, you know, it'll just reset to, you know, the overworld once that happens. That's no problem. And also, you know, 12 minutes. That's the important thing here. This is indeed a very vanilla-ass level. A very normal-ass level, traditionally. If I have one comment here, if you're trying for vanilla, let me just give, like, a little feedback here. I feel like the height of blocks, typically, for vanilla levels, correct me if I'm wrong, if, like, Super Mario Bros. 3 has exceptions to this, but I feel like 3 blocks is more common than 2 blocks. But other than that, this is just very traditional ass. And I say that, you know, it's probably not as orthodox, it's probably not as set in the original games, is it? I feel like... Yeah. 10 is what Mortis suggests to start with, by the way. As 3 is quite a few, it's true. Not finding a mushroom here, but I'm thinking it'll be right here. Nope. Where the hell is the mushroom? I keep expecting one of these to have a mushroom, and no mushroom came out. No mushroom's coming out. That'd be the second note if I were to do, like, feedback. I don't know why I'm doing feedback like that, you know. I don't usually, like, go point by point like this, but I'm just saying, like, for traditional, probably want a mushroom in this. Before CP? Oh, I see, yeah. But there are levels of DKC like that, like Millstone Mayhem, so I guess that is kosher to make the player just remember and double back if they want a power-up, but it is very unusual, especially for a first level, I would say. Still, it was fine, it was cool, it was fun. And in fact, just barreling forward without a power-up meant that the first level felt a little bit fraught as a result after the checkpoint, which isn't a bad thing. That's not a bad thing at all. And of course, you know, in a traditional Mario game, not every question mark block has items in it, so it makes sense. It low-key makes sense. Let me hit complete, and we'll bring up the next one by Realistic Mario on the YouTube side. Realistic Mario, you are up. Go ahead and confirm. I'm going to put thing in chat so that you can see that you are up. Meanwhile, let's talk about another topic. This one's kind of a big one, folks. Did you see the news generally? Oh boy. Oh boy, it's been a week as far as the news goes. So Donald Trump is president now. He did like a whole bunch of executive orders, many of which were very silly. Like, the Gulf of America is a thing now. I think the Gulf of Mexico just makes sense. America has more than one Gulf, is the thing. Honestly, first off, Gulf of America, not a great name. Second off, if it had to be the Gulf of anything, shouldn't it be the Gulf of Texas? If not Mexico. It probably should be Mexico, but shouldn't it be of Texas rather than of America? I don't know. That's silly to me. That seems like a missed, like a swing and a whiff there, even if you do agree with him, like, nominally, which I don't. Racism is now legal to do when hiring people now, for some reason. Many of these executive orders seems like they have been written by AI, which is a distressing and worrisome development that makes you go like, oh fuck, we're cooked, you know? As the kids say, oh my god, this AI shit, it's seeped into the highest levels of office, of governance now, and we are just like passing AI slop law now. Oh my god, how can that... Allegedly, based on what people are saying, based on what you know, people have noted looking through the laws. I didn't look at them myself, of course. I don't care that much, but you know what I mean, right? It's weird shit, dark shit. It's gonna be a fun 4 years. I don't know why I said 5. The 5th year should be normal, hopefully. Ugh. Things are off to a, intense start. I will say, you know, like with TikTok, a lot of the goodwill that has come in through stuff like, the ceasefire in Palestine has been walked back a bit, undid a bit, by things like realizing, like, okay, well, the West Bank is fucked, though. Also, you know, there's still trouble in Israel, in Palestine, in Gaza. It's just a little less severe, which is good, but could be better. Still could be better. And also, with heavier censorship on TikTok and all, it's gonna be harder to mount a defense. Scary times, scary times. Let's play the level. I guess, you know, this is gonna be the life for the next 4 years. Like last time, we just sort of have to get through it. We just have to live through it. We just have to hope for the best and, you know, hopefully some of the policies will be, like, borderline okay. Like, you know, we can hope that the bad stuff just gets slept upon, which it doesn't seem like it is. And we can hope that the good stuff gets through, like, you know, some of the policies as far as, like, artificial sweeteners, for instance. A relatively unimportant thing, all things considered. That could be good for health reasons, I guess. And, you know, in theory, not banning Chinese apps is a good thing. In theory, so long as they're actually free to do what they... free to be, like, uncensored and stuff, which doesn't seem like the way that it actually is, so... yeah. This is a perfectly good level. Little chaotic, but reasonable. Also, we have to use these bombs to get through these walls. Makes sense. Very nice. Thank you, Realistic Mario. Oh, Realistic Mario didn't confirm, so it should have been sudden death, but, whatever, it's fine. We got through. Same difference, same difference. Wasn't that hard. I don't have much else to say, I guess. It's been a scary first couple of days. I hope to see President Trump in Mar-a-Lago on the golf course more weekends than not. Like last time. That is like the ideal case of like just like you know, dude sleeping on the job. Ironically, Biden sleeping on the job, bad. Bad for everyone. Trump sleeping on the job probably would be the best possible thing that could happen. But, I don't know. I don't know. It's scary. Like last time, it's scary. Hopefully, like last time, it'll end. In 4 years. Thank you for the level. That was great. Realistic Mario. Let me hit complete. Yes, I see that the chat is a little quiet. Mortis is up. Mortis just did list relatively recently. And also did a smiley face. A emote is here, is good for it. Fantastic. Let's do another card and talk about what is on it. Did you hear that everyone's dumping X officially now? That's sort of the weird hot news of this last week, I feel like. Other than all the executive orders that have gone through, is like Elon Musk did a Nazi salute. He did a straight up Sieg Heil. You know what it is, the Nazi salute. I'm not gonna do it because and it's like in certain countries you're not allowed to even show it. Y'all know what a Sieg Heil is. Everyone knows what a Sieg Heil is. He did one, and the mainstream media kind of danced around it, but like actively right now, Discords and Reddits are a lot of them are officially taking the step of being like, okay, from now on, X is banned. No more X links on 100-year houses. The Reddit for 100-year houses, and like, you know, I'm seeing in Discords as well, people being like, people should probably not be on X anymore, actually, which, like, on one hand feels like a long time coming. You know, it's been getting steadily worse and worse and worse and worse and worse. Let's do simple platformer number 3. That looks nice. Happy 2025 doesn't sound bad neither. It is 2025 and has been for a while. Let's see which is harder. They're both about, this one's easier. We'll do this one then, while we're outside the lightning round. Let's go, let's do it. So yeah, people are leaving X. More than ever, people are like starting to get the idea of like, okay, it's time to leave. me included, right? Like, I sort of stopped using X for a while, Twitter for a while. We'll call it X now because it's bad. I sort of stopped using it for a while when they banned applications, third-party applications. But, like, when I stopped doing, like, Marvel Snap every day and having that as, like, to do in my free time, I started, I started getting back onto Twitter as, like, a idle thing, you know, when I'm bored and reading just a bunch of tweets and shit. Which has been nice, has been funny, but also, I think the time is over, and, like, you know, I gotta cold turkey here. I gotta, like everyone else, I gotta leave. Ain't right to be on Twitter anymore, considering the ownership, considering all the myriad ways in which it's gotten worse. The AI integration of Grok, I think, has been, for me, a major poison pill. I really don't like to see Grok's... I believe it's Grok's suggested analysis. I thought they were replies, like, you know, under messages, but if you... I accidentally clicked on one, and it was like a whole bunch of bullshit about, like, oh, here's a way to look at that tweet. It was like, explain XKCD, but for the tweet that I was looking at, which I guess that's a thing. You're gonna be right back in a few seconds. No problem, Willer. You spend all the time you want, like, away from keyboard. It's cool. I can talk for hours. Don't worry about me. I can talk for hours. You know that scene from, you know that scene from, what's it called? Face Off, where, the guy says, I can eat a peach for hours. I've thought about that scene a bit in the last week. I could talk for hours. I could talk for hours, I assure you. That is well within my skill set, regardless of if y'all care to make chat particularly active. Thank you for level, Japanese viewer. Sui Supo? I think that's how you would pronounce that. Thank you. I appreciate it. By the way, I looked into fixing that issue where the Japanese spaces weren't parsing correctly. Turns out that it's more complicated how the Warp World bot, like, parses messages. It turns out that it's not as simple as just saying, like, okay, use this space also as a delineating character. Turns out if you put that character into the script, it just doesn't load. So I couldn't figure out how to fix it, and I don't know if it's possible. For you, it depends on the topic. What, how long you can talk for? Totally that as well. Like, if I didn't have things to talk about, it'd be hard to keep talking for hours on end. Let me hit complete and bring up the next level. And of course, feel free to resubmit. Submit another level, submit your maker code again. Wellar is up next. Wellar just said that Wellar would be right back in a few seconds. You're good for it, Wellar. Don't you worry. You are confirmed good. Yeah. Speaking of X, a topic related to X, how about that blue sky? Seems like that is still the Twitter alternative that people are flocking to in droves and encouraging people to use when there is no, instead of the Twitter. And I will say, I have this week tried using it a little bit more. Hey, well, your level's up, so that's perfect. Tried using the blue sky instead of the Twitter more, but I don't know. It's just not. Doesn't feel as potent. Doesn't feel as memey. Like the jokes just aren't as sharp. And I gotta admit that, like, I have gotten very used on Twitter. Just, you know, it's something I feel like I wouldn't have said like 5 years ago, right? Like, you know, oh, I hate how they just don't show the For You, you know? They show, like, random people who you don't follow. Honestly, I kind of got used to that and kind of just enjoyed seeing a stream of tweets that kind of more or less relate to me, you know, and something that I'd be interested in. And going to Blue Sky and being like, okay, here's a feed of, like, the people I followed on Twitter, like, 10 years ago. And, oh, there's Patrick Klepek from Remap, and there's the other people from the podcast I listen to, and people I've known for years. And, you know, not just the funniest memes that are out there. It's kind of a hard thing to adjust back to just regular ass people and a little bit more like relatability, I guess. And, you know, I do think that Blue Sky kind of feels like empty, kind of feels slow, kind of feels like, you know, if you're scrolling to the bottom of the tweets, it's like you can reach the bottom somehow and be like, oh, what? There's no more? It's not going any further? What's up with this? There are a bunch of different feeds, and I guess maybe I should play around with more of them, including some of them that are, like, literally just porno, which is like, okay, well, that's interesting. And there are some that are like, you know, there's like a It's Hot classic feed where it's like, okay, this is almost like Twitter, except there's dick pics in it. There's, like, literal dick pics every, like, 20th tweet or something. Blusk, or what are we calling them? Skeets? I don't know. I feel like if I could customize that a bit and be like, okay, what's hot minus dick pics? You can include other stuff though. I don't want to see dicks specifically. The male body, I'm not really interested in it, actually. Other bodies, like, yeah, no, that's nice. I'm good with whatever, but want to see fewer dicks. Want to see fewer dicks. I don't know. I don't feel like Blue Sky is ready for prime time. I don't feel like it is. It feels like a replacement that's already on the decline, right? A clone of a service that was in decline at the time it was cloned. I wish there could be something better instead of Blue Sky, but for the time being, I guess when I'm bored, I'll look at that rather than anything else. I don't know. Wake me when the next social network that's like text-based happens. You know, I know that Red Note just happened, but I'm not really interested in watching. I feel like I get enough shorts from YouTube Shorts. I don't need an additional source of short videos, if I'm being honest. If that makes sense. I don't know. I'll say I currently have no plans to, like, post onto Blue Sky. I'm currently just reading it. And, you know, that's been the case with... God damn it. That's been the case with, That's been the case with Twitter as well. I haven't really tweeted in a while. I just don't... I feel like Twitch and YouTube are the place for, like, I get, and like Discord maybe, is where I get off, like, sharing my thoughts and crap. I don't need to also share... What the fuck is this? I got trapped! Let me set the timer. I forgot to set the timer there. I feel like I don't need a service like that. I don't know. I feel like at some point they're gonna come out with the next new thing, and it's gonna be like good, and people are gonna like go there in droves. I feel like with Blue Sky, if it was going to happen, that was your workaround for a pit. Gotcha. That makes sense. That makes sense there. Right, because you can't do a pit with the vertical theme. You could do like a crusher or something. A crusher would do the job as well. Like a one-way... This is 3D World, so you can't have one-way blocks. Yeah, I understand your conundrum, yeah. No, you're just kind of screwed as far as that goes. took off my headphones, and now I'm hearing raining out there. I feel like I hear raindrops. Weird. I don't know what that was. Just gonna not worry about it for the next several hours of this stream. How about? You can follow me on Blue Sky. I haven't, I guess. I'll say, like, I don't do, like, stream notifications there. I do them on Discord. And, you know, I don't really share, like, I don't really bloosk at all. Maybe I should try bloosking. And, you know, maybe it'd be cool. Maybe people would appreciate it. Maybe, you know, that would be a way to get the channel out there. I don't know. Is Blue Sky a method of promotion? I mean, like I said, it's kind of low-key, still small potatoes, despite all the unforced errors of Twitter, including Nazism. I don't know. Yeah, you had to do some workarounds. Okay, so, we're at 112 of 113. What? Do I need this P block or something? What's the deal? What's going on? One short. Yeah, the pipe is there to give you a power-up. Yeah, that's pretty good. Very good quality of life. I missed one somewhere. Clearly. Silly P. If I had brought this P block down into here, I could have used it on the... Ah, here's the one I missed. Okay, good. You know what? We already cleared this, this bit. We can move on. Maybe jot that down as far as a, possible issue. Can we get out of here? Well, regardless, if we can get out of here, we didn't get out of here, so... Third tries the charm. Third tries the charm. Yeah, those guys, kind of funny. They, got into the power-up hole. The power-up hole. I could talk for hours, by the way. Might be a good, title for this stream, is for, like, the VOD. I always like to think about what title will go on the VOD, like, as I am, live. And that one seems like a pretty good candidate. I guess, that doesn't matter so much, because by the time you're opening the hole, those guys are either dead or, out of the way, ideally. We got this. I hope that there's new social media platforms on the horizon, because the ones that we have seem like they're at their day's end. And also, even the one that is like still, you know, the Mac Daddy, Twitter, that is owned by the new president of the United States, who is also a Nazi. You know, he does Nazi hand expressions, you know, poses. Even that one is not profitable, is declining. I don't know how that one becomes like solvent even now, other than like, oh, if another country were to say like, oh, we'll buy Twitter from you in exchange for political favor. That would do it. That's the only thing, though. Hey, check mark. Very good, Wellar. By the way, we'll say 7:30 for the lightning round. 7:30 for the lightning round. Let me, hit complete and bring up the next. Rock, you're up. Rock, you are up again. You are welcome, Wellar. I hope you enjoyed watching it, and feel free to submit another one. Same as always. Same as always. Rock Party, let's go. How about another card? Rock Party says here. Fantastic. Tidied up a bit around the apartment. Tidied up a bit around the apartment. I'll say, like, in the last year, things have gotten pretty, pick a Kaizo level, okay. Pretty messy around my apartment. You know, as far as, like, countertops being covered with crap, things kind of all over the place, unorganized. I know it's not spring yet, but I basically did some spring cleaning. You know, clearing out all the countertops, getting things more organized, making it so that I have some space to work with on the, you know, on the desks and crap, which is very nice. It feels good to be able to look around and not see crap everywhere. I also had, honestly, I also had a lot of boxes from, like, shipping from, like, Amazon and stuff. Another company that probably people should be using less, considering political postures of them. I've had a lot of boxes, just, like, scattered around, and I finally cleaned them the fuck up and got them to the garbage, which is good. It is good to finally do that. The People's Shellbow, Mankind's Boiler Room, Hisses, and Honey. Sorry for the last jump is what that one says. Platforming and pipes, hisses and honeys. These all sound really difficult. Was this the one... Is this the one that we got to the end of a while ago? Oh my god, this is the one that that we got to relatively recently. I did a YouTube short of that one, by the way. It did pretty well. Let me see here. It did, 63 upvotes, thousands of views. Very nice. Shell Jumps, Peaks, and Valleys is the name of that one. Do that one. This one here, Tech Talk, Shell Jump Into Me. Or, Clarify, Rock Party. You gotta remember, with the delay, the chat delay, that one could refer to multiple ones. Could refer to multiple. Hey, Robotic, you're gonna want to use exclamation point add to get the level in there. Bottom level? Okay. Take another crack at that. Let me help Robotic there with a little bit of a message in chat. There you go. There's how you add. No problem. Don't worry about it. I know that, like, course bots and things of that nature are less common on YouTube. People maybe don't know what's up. It's cool. You'll get it in time. I remember this one. This one is just a bunch of shell jumps. And we gotta do a bunch of them. We gotta do them, and, you know, hope for the best, I guess. I don't know. There you go. Yes, you did it right. Good job. Good work. Now here, I think we want to sort of, like, release a little early so we land on the shell before it goes under the, well, under the thing. I will say we almost beat this level last time. Last time it came up, like, weeks and weeks ago. Last month, rather. But, we'll see what we can do this time. That one jump at the end is really difficult, but, you know, we're not in the lightning round. We have 12 minutes to do it. I forgot to hit the timer. My bad. I think it's cool, though. I think it's cool. No one minds. Ooh, that was close. That was close. Yeah. It's nice that with the Shelmet thing, you can always get another try. Hey, Kevin Tendo, how you doing? Nice, and here's a checkpoint where you release this. I remember this. You release it, and then you don't hold anything, right? The specifics might have escaped me a bit. I think we release it while going up, and then we drop down. Not quite. I'm not. I had it the first time, kinda, more or less. Ooh, that was close. We're getting it. We're getting it. So yeah, a little bit of tidying up. Very happy to have some, you know, cleanliness in this apartment. I didn't vacuum or anything. Honestly, I just cleaned up, as far as, organizationally. Probably should also vacuum and crap. Don't do that enough. Any type of levels or just one genre? Any type of level, any type you give me. I am doing levels from viewers in the order they are submitted. It's that simple. There we go, let's go! This one is shell jumpy, but, you know, I feel like most levels people give me aren't really that shell jumpy. Which, you know, yours is traditional. That's pretty popular, honestly. I get probably mostly traditional. That's kind of been a surprise, I guess, last year or so. Maybe that's just the audience I have cultivated. A very traditional audience. As far as levels go, not politically traditional, you know, not conservative in that manner. You know what I mean. We get more trolls than Kaizos. Let's go! We get more trolls than Kaizos, I think. Which, I'll say, I think is also fun. I think a troll level can also be fun. And they make for excellent content. Let's go! Alright, this jump again. Now, we have, like, 9 minutes, so we don't have to worry about, the lives yet. We can just sort of... Okay, gotta remember, do 2 jumps, 2 jumps. I got the first one there and was just so startled. A troll level is fun when it states it's a trolley level. Yes, when it's, like, intentionally so. Troll levels are just, like, really fun... Are just like puzzle levels that make it funny. That kill you in funny ways, I believe. Like a good troll level. Some people would say there's no such thing as a good troll level. I disagree. I think there is such a thing. And, it's relatively common as well. How about another card? I got another card here. I decided on some stream plans for the near future. I got some stream plans planned out for the next like, week or so. Let me try this jump one more time and then I'll show... One more try here and then I'll... Shouldn't have released the thing. It's when you want to be trolled. Yeah. That's sort of it. So, I've been thinking a while. I've been doing a lot of variety streams on, like, Tuesdays for the last month or two since, well, since, like, I did Half-Life 2, in full with commentary. I haven't done a playthrough since then. I've been just doing, like, one-off streams. Hello, Proto Man. How you doing? And I've decided... the time for that to end has come. So I'm going to be doing 2 more variety streams the next 2 weeks. 2 more variety streams. One will be next week, next Tuesday. I was looking through Steam. I was looking through backlogs, and I saw a review for Braid that I wrote, and I was like, wait, I played Braid, and then I looked on Steam, and sure enough, I bought Braid. Apparently, I have a Steam copy of Braid. I must have got it through like a Humble Bundle or something, because I have no memory of owning Braid. I just remember playing the free trial on Xbox Live. So we're gonna play through Braid or something next Tuesday. That'll be fun. Not the remaster, the original one. I don't have the remaster. Then the week after, I'm gonna do a Sunday stream where I check out Me-Side, which is a game that kind of went viral last month, which I think might be fun and cool. And it's a horror game, so that'll be interesting. Those are the two like playthrough things I'm gonna do in the next 2 weeks before we start a full-on playthrough. Really enjoy doing the side stuff that are more like one-off streams. I do think it is very fun to just always have the freedom to do whatever I want, you know, whatever stream makes sense for the day. But also, I'm ready for I'm ready for a playthrough. In particular, let me tell you about what I'm doing. I am doing a random playthrough. Yes, here's an image that sort of explains it. It's what the thumbnail will be eventually. It is going to be one of 6 rare games, and I'm going to spin a wheel at the start of the screen of the stream, whenever the first stream of that is. That'll be like mid-February. February 11th, I believe it will be. I'm gonna spin a wheel, and whatever it lands on, that'll be the stream. That'll be the first playthrough. And once I finish that, I'll do it again, spin the wheel, and do the next one. You can see there what the 4 games are. Portaman thinks that's neat. Fantastic. The 5 games that are revealed, they are Star Fox Adventures, Conker's Bad Fur Day, all 3 GBA Donkey Kong countries, Banjo Grunty's Revenge, which is a Game Boy Advance Banjo game. Did I say Cameo Elements of Power? Cameo Elements of Power is one of them. And, that's it. And there's one mystery game, which I will not reveal until it is landed on. I'll say I'm a huge fan of Rare. You know, growing up, it was like the company, you know, the company that made most of the games that I liked, which, you know, I kind of feel like is becoming more and more of a rarity now to be a fan of one company, because one company over the course of 10 years maybe puts out like, unless it's Nintendo, right? Maybe puts out like 2-3 games tops these days, you know? Like, I could see being a Double Fine fan like 10 years ago, but nowadays it's a little bit harder to come by. The only company that I could think of would be like Super Giant, but also they put out like 3 games in the last 10 years as well. You know, I don't know that anyone's childhood is really defined by one company anymore. But point is, Rare was that company for me, and these games are games that I have not played on stream of theirs, despite all my love and affection for them, so, you know, it makes sense to be a thing that I do. I'm excited to show the image again one more time. There it is, that's the thumbnail. I think I also posted this to the Discord. I think this is a nice thumbnail, too. I'm very happy with it. Obviously, once there's actually a first stream, the VOD would actually just say, like, hey, this is Banjo-Kazooie Grunty's Revenge Part 1. You know, the gimmick would somewhat be diminished after the first stream, you know, but we get to enjoy the gimmick every time it comes up, except, you know, with one fewer choice, you know, every time I finish one, so that'll be nice. It's still nice. I agree, yeah. I mean, I'll say, the VODs, they're not as popular, you know, they're not as successful as the live streams. The live stream is really the main thing. Then the YouTube Shorts, arguably just by virtue of how much YouTube promotes them just for free, you know? And then the VODs as a third thing. Give your love to the VOD, I'll say. The VODs need some love. The VODs could really use some of the love that the live streams get. Oh, shit! There we go! And I remember this block being here. This Kaizo block and I was able to beat it then, as a result of remembering that Kaizo block is still there. Bravo! Indeed. Beat it! Beat it! Let me hit complete. And end timer. Blitzgrok is up. Blitzgrok. You're up, Blitzgrok. Go ahead and confirm. I'll say again, by the way, real quick now. Remember, Twitch subscribers now get a free skip the line jump once a stream. So if anyone were to subscribe, they will get a free express pass, which only has 3 heads to complete the level, but it's cool. Blitz is cool. Okay. Just gonna say that again. It's relatively new, this feature. It was introduced last week. And also, there's a channel point thing to do it if you have, like, 10k channel points kicking around. That'll still be there until it's redeemed 3 times. It's been redeemed once, there's 2 redemptions of that left, and then it'll be gone forever. You know. Then it'll be gone forever. And it'll just be premium from there on out. You notice that redeem? Yeah, it's, just there for the time to get some mileage on the Express Pass. Feel free to redeem it, hey. That's what it's there for. You know, 1 per person, obviously. You can only do it once, per stream. And, yeah. Cool, very cool. You don't have enough? Gotcha. I wanted it to be expensive. I wanted it to be, like, real damn expensive. I really don't know how many channel points people have, so I just set a high number. Hopefully it is, like, prohibitively expensive. That is kind of the idea. But I hope some people can afford it, nonetheless. Yeah, skipping the line shouldn't be cheap. Exactly. Of course. Yes. No. If I could calibrate it such that it was a ridiculous amount, like, ridiculous, absurd amount, I would just have it on all the time, but I feel like that would just cause people to not throw Pikmin at me. They would save all their channel points, you know? Which, that's fine. I did conquer the shell jumps. That's correct. Shit. Shit. Anyway, I look forward to that. I'm really happy with that thumbnail, by the way. I hope people see that on YouTube when the stream is live and click on it. That would be rad. It's always rad, regardless of the quality of the thumbnail in question. I'll say. You mentioned people would stop throwing Pikmin at me. Maybe they would never do. Maybe for some, Pikmin is just, you know, short-term Pikmin outweighs long-term line skipping. Also, like, line skipping is sort of a short-form gratification thing as well, so jot that down, I guess. There's some weird dynamics to it. Here's another card. I'm sending in my laptop for repairs. That's right. Today, I think it was today, this morning or something, I got some firmware update stuff on my laptop, and now it's all screwy. It's not logging in properly. Like, when you go to log in, only a picture password works. The password, the Windows Hello, the other thing, it's not working. And also... Ooh, nose is a little irritable. And also, when you close the lid, it no longer goes to sleep. And it doesn't do it when you hit the power button either. You have to go into the in-laptop menu to put it to sleep, or put it into hibernate, which is really damn awkward. I've had a number of problems with this laptop, but this takes the cake, for sure. The other problems I've had with it, which, by the way, I got this around a year ago, so it's still in warranty. It's a very cool laptop. It has 2 screens and a detachable keyboard that, like, attaches to it. So I guess let's take this as, like, a 1-year update as far as, like, how that's going, which is to say, it has some issues. The keyboard shatters. When I'm typing the word "the," it often adds a second E to the end of it. The E sort of like double taps or something, and it becomes "the," you know, with 2 E's. It's ridiculous. I asked them to just send me a replacement keyboard like a while ago, and they said, like, no, you're gonna have to send it in. And at the time, I wanted to still have my laptop because I was thinking about, you know, taking it to Japan and wanting to set up, like, the laptop streaming setup on it. And I didn't want to, like, take a week or whatever it takes just to send it in and get that sorted out. Also, I have a problem with it hibernating. It currently is set to hibernate whenever I close the lid, and I can't change that for some accursed reason. It makes no sense because the default is actually to go to sleep when you close the lid, but I really wanted the hibernate mode, so I somehow got it set to permanent close the lid style, which isn't good at all, it turns out, and it's actually kind of awkward. It means that whenever I open the lid, I have to wait for it to start back up again, even if I don't need to conserve battery. I'll also say with sleep mode, with the external keyboard, if you leave the keyboard on, it just sort of drains battery whilst it's, like, on there, and as a result, when you, like, open the keyboard after it being asleep for a while, you'll find that the laptop is kind of drained of its power because the keyboard has been trying to, like, connect Bluetoothly to something or other whilst the computer has been offed, which, real damn awkward in some ways. I'm hoping they fix all that. I'm hoping I get it back and, you know, I honestly wouldn't mind if it was, like, fully restarted or something, or if I lost my data. But, you know, I'll set that shit up again, no problem. But I hope that they fix those issues and they get it back to me. I'll say I think that it's a cool design, and having two screens is very helpful and very cool, especially if I want to, like, you know, go somewhere else at work, right? Like, find a nice spot in the office to work from. You know, like, there's parts of my office where it's, like, common areas, right? Or, like, a little quiet area with some plants and stuff, and I can set up my laptop there and do work with two monitors, and that's pretty sweet. But with the first generation of this laptop, there was some real problems to it. The ZenBook Duo 2024 edition. Hopefully the 2025 edition is better. I don't know if there is. I haven't really seen anything about it. I'll be honest, I don't really care what updates they're doing to a laptop that I'm not going to buy an updated version of every year. Whatever. I hope they fixed a bunch of this stuff, but it is very neat as a product, and I hope that there's going to be more in this vein and more products to sort of fill this category. But definite issues to work out. The keyboard could be better. Other annoyances have amounted. Ugh. Also, while I was in Japan, I'll say I tried to do some streams from there, you know, on the laptop, and it turns out OBS streaming plus recording locally drained the battery faster than the power supply could actually, like, uncharge it, you know, recharge it, which meant that after 3 hours of streaming, my computer was, my laptop was dying, was at, like, 3% battery, which, awkward. Don't record locally when you, if you have a ridiculous stream setup and you're streaming from a country, maybe that has different wattage? I don't know, maybe that's a factor as well. I really don't know what was going on there, still to this day. Let's play this level. I still like the laptop, but I'll say it is annoying a lot of the time. Annoying a lot of the time. And there's a lot of the time where I just sort of put it on my lap and I don't set up the two monitor thing. Because I'll be honest, in my apartment, I don't have that many places where I can prop it up, you know? Like, if I'm doing the laptop in bed, that's a little bit awkward, you know? If I'm doing the laptop at the couch, that's also awkward. I would have to do it at a table or a desk to really do the two screen gimmick, which, you know, I'll say, I want to get a house, or like a, you know, townhouse, whatever the fuck, sometime this year. Let me set the timer. I just forgot to set the timer there. This is a very nice traditional ass underground level. I like it. Very Super Mario Bros. 3. I like these cramped spaces a bit. Like, it's kind of a little bit of a challenge to deal with some of these spaces that are a little too small to jump in, really. Very Super Mario Bros. 3. Very big Mario Bros. 3 vibes. Think you nailed it. Think you nailed the feel. Blitz. I'll say, next time I get furniture, like for a new house or whatever, I would love to have, like, a couch. I would love to have an office, 1. And 2, I would love in the office to have, like, a couch, and in front of the couch, a little table that I can prop my laptop on, you know, and set it up on, and do a whole setup whilst, like, maybe laying sideways on the couch. And then the 2-screen setup would be right in my fucking face, and that would be really nice, I think. In theory. I don't know how that's gonna work yet. That's a ways off. But that's an idea I have for the future. Office would not be for fun stuff. They would be for work. I'll say. Work and, not streaming. I'm gonna send that out tomorrow or the next day. I don't know. Sometime next week, maybe. I got a shipping thing. I need to pack it up somehow. I'm optimistic about that. And also, I'll just, you know, have to live without my laptop for a week, whatever. That is fine. Let me hit complete and, go to the next level. It's our Japanese viewer. Suisupo. Go ahead and confirm. Go ahead and confirm. That's how you read that, right? That's SU, right? The first katakana. It's been a while since I tried to memorize katakana. I haven't really studied Japanese for probably over a year now, maybe more like 2 years. So, getting like actually legitimately all the way rusted here, I'll say. Is the queue reset? No, it just keeps on going. You're 2 off. You're 2 off, Robotic. You can always check the queue by typing in queue. Let me hit next so that the Japanese viewer there can see their name. Please confirm. I need to translate please confirm into Japanese so that I could put that into chat as like a, you know, how things work. I guess I can do this. Japanese, how to submit. Wait, I got 2 things. I have Japanese how to submit and Japanese other. I forget what other is. What message is in the other one. But that one does say that you add it and then you should be here if you want me to have full tries. So that's probably good enough. It has some extra information though, considering that clearly Suisipo knows how to submit. Yeah, I got Japanese translations for how to submit, and also other. I forget what other is. Let me see. What's the other message again? Other commands? Oh, that tells you how to like replace, and how to remove and replace. That's right. That's right. I forgot. I need one that's just like please confirm. That's what I need. A third one of those perhaps. For those who already know how to submit. Regardless, here's another card. Follow up on eggs. Sort of the talk of the town right now, considering like whatchamacallit, the upcoming embargo, tariffs, the upcoming tariffs, and also like what's it been? Bird flu? Some real, like, there's been a upswell in egg prices recently. A rush on eggs as, like, you know, situations are mounting in this country of ours. That, quite unfortunate. You could always do that again and again. It might just be for me, the owner. It might just be for me for owner. I don't remember the permissions on Japanese Q. Well, let me say. Also, I don't have any I haven't needed to do any translations other than Japanese, I'll say. Most of the foreign viewers I get are Japanese somehow. I don't have an explanation for why that is. Or they speak English. Go figure. Very nice. So, I'll say I was a little worried about eggs. I was a little worried about eggs. Considering the what I've heard, you know, I hadn't been grocery shopping for like most of last week, you know, and I went to the it is leave. Why did I put remove in there? I need to put leave in there rather than remove. Whoops. that Nightbot needs to be fixed. Remind me in 5 hours. It's not remove, it's leave. Okay, that'll do. I went to the grocery store, and I was a little worried as I ran up to the eggs section, you know, like, oh my god, are there not gonna be eggs? Am I gonna have to go without eggs? Sure enough, there were tons of eggs. I saw those eggs, and I was just like, oh. Like, there is a big gap in the egg section in the middle of the HEB's egg section, but look to your left, look to your right. There's eggs on either side. Like, a whole wall's worth of eggs. You know, several feet of them. And, I was able to get, like, I think I got, like, 218 things worth. I forget if it was 218 things worth or I think it was 218 packs of eggs, just to be sure. I'm fixed good egg-wise for a while. They might have been more expensive. I really didn't look. I'll say, honestly, I am not especially price conscious while I'm shopping. I usually just pick up whatever I want. I put it in my cart, and then when I ring it up at the end of the grocery store trip, I go like, how did that add up to $100? What the fuck? Things are so expensive right now. I don't really think about it much beyond that though, so yeah. I guess I'll say it was a pretty expensive grocery trip overall, but like, I don't know. I got some stuff there while I was at the grocery store. Lightning round is at 7:30 p.m. So, like, 10 minutes from now, roundabout. This is cool. This is cool. And also, we're making it through pretty cleanly. First try, first try. I like this a lot. This is great work, sweet Supo. I think we may have finished. Indeed. Good shit. I can't live without eggs either. You know, when I saw that there was like a shortage of eggs, I was like, oh man, if I can't get eggs, what are we gonna eat for breakfast? What am I gonna eat for breakfast if not eggs? Cereal? Cereal kinda sucks. It doesn't give you the energy you need to get through a day. Also, I feel like the last time I had cereal, I got some cereal because there was, there was the winter storm a couple weeks ago. And whenever there's a winter storm, I like to get cereal because it's non-perishable. You know, in case there's power issues, I need cereal just in case. But like when I'm eating cereal, it's just like you have to chew so much to eat cereal. I feel like it's like painful on my jaw almost. I don't know what's up with that. Is that just part of getting old? Like your jaw just gets a little more tired? Use cereal more for a snack these days? Yeah, my dad does that as well. He like he sometimes eats some cereal like at 8 p.m. or something, which honestly does sound better than like if I were to have cereal be in my life, that's probably more how I would do it. I'll say some of the food dyes that they use in cereal, they go through me, you know? I don't know if this is I'll say. I don't know what's up with this. Yo, do y'all have it where when you eat like Lucky Charms or whatever, sometimes you're looking the next day and you're like, oh geez. And then you remember, I'm not gonna go into specifics, but you know, you're looking and it's like, oh, green? What the fuck? And then you remember like, oh, food coloring. It's from the Lucky Charms. It's fine. Okay. Weird. How come they should not I don't know if that's a recent thing or like part of getting old. I don't remember ever green happening when I was a kid and ate cereal like more often. I don't know, maybe they just found this new green food coloring and started putting it in everything, and sometimes it goes through you, if you know what I mean, you know. I can deal with that though. I can live with that. More just the fact that it's not eggs, I feel like, is the thing that gets me. I like eggs. I like biscuits, you know, like a muffin with like butter and jelly on top of that. Or I'll make an egg McMuffin with like layers of cheese in between the 3 eggs. Eggs are so good. It's certainly interesting. It's good to mix things up as well, I guess, yeah. It's been so long since the last time I made French toast. I should make French toast sometime. I missed opportunity to that I didn't make that during my my Christmas vacation. Always like to do that on vacations, and I totally blanked on it this time. Ah, well. Speaking of well, you know who is up next? I'm hitting complete. I am ending the thing. Up next is Wellar, who is here. Has been chatting. Egg, says Robotic. That's right, egg. Look, I can talk for hours, but also if y'all give me things to talk about, it's a lot easier, let me tell you. Things to react to, such as people saying egg. Sometimes it's just that simple. My sister... I just got a text on my watch, which I'll say, my sister just texted some pictures of my baby nephew, who turned 1 recently. I'm not gonna say when his birthday is. That's like, you know, giving too much away and crap, but dude's 1 now. That's sick. That's great. He's apparently eating soft, regular food now. She gave him some some meat from the fajitas that we had during his birthday thing recently, and I don't know if that was his first taste of meat, but that is fascinating to think like that might be his first taste of meat. That might be his first taste of meat right there. What do you think? This is an interactive stream? It is an interactive stream. Congrats, yeah. Good for him eating meat for the first time. I'll say though, he also got some cake during that, and my god, it was like it was like you could see it as like the cake went into his mouth, like his eyebrows shot up like in surprise. Like, oh yeah, speaking of lifelong relationships, dude just had sugar for the first time, I guess. That's get used to it. Get ready. That's gonna be a huge thing. I don't know, like, if people know what their first taste of meat was. That's not really a first people really remember, or really, like, note down. Maybe it is now, since everyone's taking pictures of everything. You know, we have, like, day-by-day picture diaries of this crap. Apparently, he just had barbecue for the first time. That was what my sister was saying over text. Just had barbecue for the first time. I'll say there's a funny story as far as my first words go. I was born in Spain. My parents were in the Navy. I am a U.S. citizen, but born abroad, you see. You know, and I was from birth, but, you know, born abroad, given that, you know, Navy and all that. So, grew up in Spain for, like, the first 1 year of my life. My first word was abra, and I was pointing at the window, and, you know, to the caretaker, maid, whatever, Nanny, that's the word, and going, abra, and apparently that means open. I was saying, open the window, open. That was my first word, which, is probably one of the funnier first word stories that you can have as a person, I think. Other than that, it's just mama and dada. That's not as fun. That's not as fun at all. That's doesn't even count as a story, really. Despite the fact that, you know, it's like a thing people note. And have done for generations. Even before Twitch and YouTube and Twitter and TikTok. You know. And mobile phones that were cameras also. I hope my nephew gets something fun for his first. That would be fun. I just don't think that, Mama or Dada is very fun at all. Do something more interesting. That's my, open message to babies. All babies everywhere. Say something interesting. To start with, you know? There we go. Key got... First taste I'll never forget. It was lamb curry. Your face was red and your eyes were watering. Tastes so good. I'm not really a spice person. I guess I've had curry like twice. When I was in Japan, both times really. When I was in Japan the first time and the second time, I had curry at one of those maid cafes. Actually, might have been literally the same maid cafe both times. Or at the very least, the same brand of maid cafe. You neither? You didn't know what you ordered? Ah. Gotcha. Maybe a similar situation of being abroad. Or at a foreign... Probably a foreign... restaurant. Why do we still have the last calls? This should be timer. Weller is here. Yeah, what the fuck? You're right, Weller. I gotcha. I got caught up in baby talk. I forgot to get rid of the thing. Really, it's the equivalent of starting a level without the timer, rather than the equivalent of, you know, other thing. What's the deal here? Hello? Let me through. I like a mild wing. I need to hit a block. Need to hit a block. Okay, what I think I need to do here is get it to fall onto the thing. I'm misunderstanding here. Oh, I see, I understand. This thing, right here. This is the contraption. And I think I need to take this forward as well. I like my chicken wings to be mild. Though I did have, honey garlic the other day. That was alright. I didn't mind the honey garlic chicken wings. Not at all. Maybe I should try more flavors of chicken wing other than mild. Maybe they're actually kind of good. Though I guess I would only go less spicy. Generally. You know, lesser spice levels. Final one, let's go, let's do it. What's this, huh? Yes. Oh, this is like a speedrun type thing. This is a race. Yep, up. Buffalo. I don't know. I don't usually do dressing on my chicken wings. I just do them, you know, raw dog. I just do them raw dogged, you know? Raw dog chicken wings. So I can't really speak to, I don't do blue cheese. I don't do blue cheese. I don't do, like, salads. I don't do salads, and I don't do salad dressings. There's a lot of stuff I don't really know the flavor of. I think I tried ranch relatively recently, and I thought it tasted kind of weird. Blue cheese is questionable? Yes, I would describe that whole genre of, like, dressing as questionable, which is why I just don't bother. I have questions, and, it's just simpler to just not answer. Blue cheese ain't too bad, but you like ranch more? Just don't know the flavor of them. Thank you, Weller. That was great. GG. Thanks for playing. Complete. Next up is robotic. Let me end the timer as well. I do believe it is 7:34, 7:34, which means, y'all, it is time now for the lightning round. During the lightning round, I will have 5 tries to beat each level that comes my way, 5 tries, and 7 under certain circumstances. Specifically, levels that have clear rates of under 1%, and also super worlds. Those are the 2 cases where we get these bonus heads. These are the new rules. Now that the subscriber benefit is something else now. Now the bonus heads are for everyone, so long as you have a really hard level or a super world to share with us. And they come in a variety of forms, and also the first level of the night as well. Let's keep that part in there. So long as the first person is here, which robotic is here. You can see they come in a variety of forms. The Mario forms are a lot more common than the non-Mario forms. I don't know Italian dressing. I cannot, for the life of me, imagine what it would taste like. Is it like salty? Is it like... I like wedding soup. I like Italian-style wedding soup. I love pasta. I like tomato sauce. Ooh, is it anything like any of those things? I also don't know what Thousand Island dressing is. Vinegar, garlic, mustard? Those sound like 2 things I don't like and 1 thing I do like. I don't like mustard, I don't like vinegar. Let's do it. Also, I'll say, by the way, the Express Pass is still a thing, and if anyone were to redeem the channel point thing, or be a Twitch subscriber who has not already gotten an Express Pass this stream, they can skip the line and get 3 tries worth up top real fast. But in the meantime, let's pull up Robotic's thing. Now, something interesting you tried yet? You're notorious for experimenting. You ripped off the meat from your buffalo wings and stuck them in a taco with melted cheese, sour cream, and lettuce. That sounds good. Tries once you speak good English. Yeah, no, I got it. I might have even corrected it while I was reading because I read good English. All the English I read is good. Let me assure you, it's all good. It's all good, man. There's no card tonight about Saul, but I've been watching Saul. Better Call Saul. It's good. Man. The show is. What was I saying? With, you know, fajitas, that's basically the whole idea, is that you customize them, you know, that you put in whatever you want in them. Though, when you're going to the fajita store, you know, like the Rosas, if you have Rosas, where... Rosas is like a Texas chain. I'm not sure like how widespread it is, but it's all over DFW. When you go to the Rosas and you get like fajitas, it comes with like the guacamole, some lettuce, some cheese, some sour cream, a bunch of beans. You know, I feel like the beans, you're not supposed to put those in them, but sometimes I like to because it's, you know, mixes it up a little bit. I also sometimes like to take some of the like the 4 items I just said, right? The lettuce, the guacamole, the avocado, whatever, the cheese, and the sour cream. They come in like a tortilla shell, like a tortilla canister, right? A little thing to hold them. And sometimes I'll like, or like nacho, it's like nacho, it's hard. I'll break off pieces of that and like crumble them up and put them into the fajita to try to give it a little bit of a crunch, which has limited success, but I think it's fun to do. And fajitas should be fun. That sounds fun. Your chicken wing fajitas, basically. Or a taco. It might be a hard shell taco and not a soft shell taco, but whatever. Let's do it. Let's play the level. Enough talk of tacos. I could talk about tacos for hours. There's a lot of things I could talk about for hours. Do you think I could talk about tacos for hours? God, that would be the worst stream idea in the world. Imagine a stream that was just like, hey, here's the whole concept. I can't talk about anything but tacos. I have to keep on talking about tacos for the whole stream, regardless of what I'm playing. You know, maybe it's Mario, maybe it's something else. Maybe it's like, oh, I'm playing something else. You bet a lot of people would watch that? Maybe. Maybe. I hope so. I mean, if they'll watch that, they'll watch, like, all the things I talk about. Imagine, though. That's not this stream, sadly. You know, I have bad ideas, and sometimes I execute on them, but not tonight. Not tonight. Tonight is a stream where I talk about all sorts of things. Remember how we were talking about United States politics, like 2 hours ago? Remember that? We were talking about TikTok and executive orders a little bit. And now, there's like a much larger taco segment. Go figure. That's how it should be. I think that's how it should be. Taco Tuesday talk. You're right, it has to be a Tuesday stream. You're right, you're absolutely right. I mean, the thing is, I'm not really the one to talk about it because I'm not really as big a fan of tacos. I can't handle the spiciness. I can't handle the spiciness of like a Taco Bell taco. Roses I can deal with. Roses, they're not that spicy actually. I like them with sour cream. But also I like fajitas a lot more than I like tacos. Because typically with fajitas, you get like actual like cuts of beef. You know, like actual strips of steak. Kind of. I don't think they're steak, but you know, they're like actual meats versus like ground beef. You know, fajitas are kind of low-key better than tacos by like an order of magnitude. That has been an issue. You know, my parents religiously believe in Taco Tuesday. You know, every Tuesday they go for tacos at Rosa's, the Rosa's that is closest to them, which I will not, you know, give further information to. There's a lot of Rosa's in DFW, it's fine. In Plano, they're all over the place. That's not specific. I have joined them for Rosa's Taco Tuesdays before and gotten like some fajitas, and they say like, no, it's discounted. The tacos are discounted today. You gotta get tacos on Tuesdays, not fajitas. You're talking Taco Bell, Chalupa is your go-to? I like the Crunch Wrap. I like the Crunch Wrap. Though, again, too spicy for me. Every time I have a Crunch Wrap, it's like, oh my god, I gotta drink some water between every couple bites, but I like how it's crunchy and the form factor is wonderful. More places should do Crunch Wrap. I'm watering at the mouth. I'm watering at the mouth here. I had dinner. I had some dinner before the stream. It's fine. I'll live. I wonder, is Taco Bell open 24/7? I could go for some Taco Bell after the stream. It's 7:40, so they're all probably open now. Tell me, is Taco Bell open 24/7? Is Taco Bell open 24/7? I need to know that right now. In around an hour or two. Probably, or 3, depending on how long the stream goes. That was great, great level. I hope I talked about it enough while I was talking about tacos. Robotic. You're welcome. Let me hit complete. I don't know. I don't know what it is about the ground beef that Taco Bell does. It's just kind of makes me It's too spicy for me somehow. I don't even think they say it's spicy. Like, if you ask them, make it less spicy, they're like, it's not spicy. It could be the pepper. Yeah, probably. I don't know. I don't really do pepper on my food when I'm making it. I'm sure, like, when my ma seasons, like, if I'm going over for some home-cooked dinner, you know, my mom cooks dinner a lot. And when I go over for home-cooked dinner on the weekends, on, like, every Saturday, she cooks. And she probably seasons with that stuff, but, yeah. I don't know. Kev Tendo, you are up. Kev Tendo, you are up. That's why you go with honey barbecue. I like ribs. I don't like them spicy, though. I just like them sort of savory and, like, melt in your mouth. And, I find that, like, most barbecue places don't necessarily do it like that. Man, I haven't had barbecue in a while. I should have some barbecue. Remind me on Monday at 11 a.m. Look for barbecue for lunch, comma, ribs. It's good to go more places. I should go more restaurants during my in-office days when I'm going out to lunch. Ribs sound wonderful right now. Oh my god. Actually, I should see if I could find some place that's not Dickie's, and maybe I'll find some place that really speaks to me. Yeah, I'm getting all mouthwatery too. Let's change the topic. While Kev Tendo, please confirm. I need to put next into chat so that Kev Tendo can see that Kev Tendo is up. Brilliant, beautiful. Kev Tendo, confirm. I think Kev Tendo on the Twitch side? I think on the Twitch side. Open message to the Yeti. Here's an open message to the Yeti. Creators of very good t-shirts. As I say this, I realize I'm wearing a fan gamer right now. Regardless, I've been looking around my t-shirt collection recently, and I've realized there's a big hole all of a sudden. I have no shirts featuring the very popular Mario bro, Luigi. I have shirts with Mario, I have shirts with Wario, I have shirts with Waluigi, no Luigis. Yeti, I am calling upon you to put out a shirt in the store, one of those 2 dailies that you got. Put Luigi on one of them and sell it to me. I will buy it. If it's cool, if it looks really nice. It has to be a good design. That's my one caveat. Open message to the Yeti. Get me a Luigi shirt. Pronto. I need it. I have developed a sudden need for Luigi on my shirt. A sudden need for a Luigi shirt. Just because I realized I didn't have one, you know? That's the only reason. There is no other reason. Don't read into it. Please, you'll make gangbusters. Everyone loves Luigi, and they always have, and, you know, that hasn't changed. Still, whatever. Please. That's, open message to the Yeti. I want it. Yes, I do. I think it'd be fun to make that into a YouTube short, and, you know, I'll see if that'd be a funny one to get traction, I guess. Also, maybe if it was a very I don't know. Would the Yeti notice if there was a YouTube short calling them out, and you know, be inclined to put out a shirt with Luigi on him? I don't know, but I'm gonna try. It sounds like the kind of thing I would do. I think that's something I'm gonna do, if that short is funny enough. Was that funny enough for a YouTube short? I think it might be. I think it might be. Give your love to the shorts and the VODs and everything. Appreciate it. And the YouTube channel, you know? More subscribers there means I get ever closer to, like, additional features for the YouTube side. Like, being able to do the subscriber thing with memberships on there. And, you know, right now, the YouTube side's kind of left out. You know, there's nothing they can do if they want to support. You know, that's just not an option until I get, like, some minimum amount of subscribers. You know, like 500 or 1,000, I forget which. It's kind of high. But, yeah. This is 3%, so no bonus heads. Let's, did Kev Tendo confirm? I don't think Kev Tendo confirmed, even. Luigi is number 1. Well, I think Waluigi is number 1, but Luigi is, like, number 2. Well, there is Wario. Luigi is like top tier though. I guess they're all top tier except Mario. He's A tier. Hey, oh hey, you follow him? Thank you. I appreciate it, Blitz. It's hard to know who you follow on services. Oh, you say follow, so like on Twitch you mean. Very cool. Okay. Or do you mean subscribed on YouTube? Either way, I appreciate it. I appreciate it. Waluigi is my favorite. Mean and lean, that's right. I hope Waluigi gets into Smash Brothers. The next Smash Brothers. Hey, thanks for the follow, Blitz Glock. I appreciate it. Hey, hey. Let me, There we go. Appreciate the hell out of that. It's always good to have lots of follows on the Twitch side. Twitch is bigger than the YouTube side as far as follows go. I'm sure YouTube side will come get up there in time. Whatever. I don't see Kevtendo, so sudden death. Let's do it. It's a 3% clear rate, so not so bad. We have to defeat Bowser. There's no checkpoints, so no refreshes. Let's do it. Let's go. There's oh god, I just released a oh, no. I just released a bad guy. That's not what you want to do. I'm tempted to see if there's like some dev blocks, right? Like above the thing. Whoopsie daisy. I'm going to trust in the viewer. I'm going to trust in Kevtendo. Oh, no. Yikes! That was a close one. Okay, seriously though, I gotta check before we leave here. We ran out of lights, but I want to check. Yep, nope, no invisible blocks. No dev shortcut here. Though there is something up there, so jot that down, I guess. Kevtendo, if you're here, you can still confirm. Let me drink a little bit of my water. I'll say next up is Proto Man, who is here. Just said brilliant, so, you know, ready to go. Ah, water's good. I'm gonna pull another card and talk about it for a second, and then at some point in there, I'll say, dismissed, and we'll bring up Proto Man's level and we'll, start playing it. Or Kevtendo will say something. Been watching House MD. Never watched it before. Started watching it like a week and a half ago. I'm like most of the way through the first season. I think I'm like on episode 20 or so. I just watched an episode about a girl who had, she's like a swimmer or something, and she had like a whole situation. It's good. It's good. I will say, like, the drama, as far as, like, interpersonal drama, to me, kind of falls on... It seems a little bit bleh to me, you know? A little bit like, whatever. Not quite... Not super hot, honestly. Like, there's a whole subplot right now where, like, one of the characters, literally the only lady, who's, like, a lackey of House... There's like a romance where she's like, oh, I'm too into him. I'm like too hot for him. And you're just watching and going like, I don't see it. I must have missed where you caught feelings. Because it seems to me like the only feelings being caught are just the ones where the actress is suddenly like, I like your rogue stylings. And now I gotta bring it up and this has to be drama. And like... That part doesn't work, but it's cool, you know? There's a lot of out-of-context stuff that I am now seeing in context. Like, thank you, Kevtendo. I'm gonna hit dismiss now. Now is the time to hit dismiss. There's been some stuff that I saw in, like, out-of-context House, which is something I've been seeing on Twitter before I stopped using Twitter, I guess. Or before I stopped trying to stop using Twitter. Started trying to not use Twitter. And I'm seeing the context for some of those scenes for the first time. Many of which I've already forgotten, to be fair. And it's like, oh, that's where House says this ridiculous thing out of context. That's a fun scenario to build to. There's some pretty good medical mysteries in there, though, you know, usually Someone said of the anime where it's like the anime house show that exists right now where it's Dr. Detective, where like, oh, if you don't have a medical degree, you can't really follow these medical mysteries. It's kind of the same way with House. It's kind of the same way where it's like, I don't know half the things they're saying, but like, it seems like there's like a process and there's like a mystery that's unfolding, and it all kind of makes sense at the end so long as you believe everything they say insofar as what exists in the medical world. And that is all pretty cool, and it makes for a great show to put on and have on kind of in the background as you're looking at like a video game, you know, or like Discord, or not Twitter, but let's say Blue Sky instead. You know, you're doing something else, you're a little bit distracted. It's perfectly good entertainment for the background, and I like it for that. I am very curious if some of this drama stuff gets a little more potent as the show goes on. I know it has lots of seasons, and, you know, season 2 is right around the corner, so yeah, sure, why not? What was the clear rate here? The clear rate was above, 1? Yeah, this clear rate cannot be that low. It's good. Okay. Remember, the bonus heads are for... Fuck. Bonus heads are for those who are below a certain percentage or super worlds. Which is, just my way to continue using that system and do it in a way that kind of makes sense. Thought about other ways, but I think this way is just the simplest. Just the simplest week to week. I don't have to re-explain things every week. It's always the same every week. You thought the mold was schizophrenia? Yeah, that was like a whole thing, wasn't it? I had no theories. I'll say, when I watch Dr. House do his thing, when I watch Dr. Detective, fuck, shit. I am very much going in there brain empty, you know, head empty. Like, oh yeah, the characters are having fun. They're running around solving stuff. Seems like there's a mystery afoot. There's the answer. I'm not really, like, trying to figure out, like, what it is. I'm just sort of enjoying the ride. Which, you know, is a valid way to enjoy a mystery. If you, you know, don't care to think all the time. It is fun, I'm sure, if you are trying to figure out what's what, but some of those mysteries, they're just so... And House as well. In both shows. They're just so, like... require specific knowledge that it's just... like, oh, okay, how the fuck could a T-Rex skull be involved in this mystery? That's not House, that's Dr. Detective. Mbeku is the name of the show. Dr. Detective. Her name is Mbeku in that show. And yes, Dr. Detective is about a little girl, is about a small woman who has House's personality, basically. It's fun. She doesn't pop pills like House does. You know what House kind of reminds me of? What I've seen through, like, YouTube. I've never seen, like, NCIS or anything of the sort, though I have seen some, like, YouTube think pieces about it. It kind of reminds me of that. It's very mainstream in that way. It kind of has that same feel. I guess I haven't watched that many shows like that exactly. All the shows that I've watched tended to be more like prestige-y. You know, like your Sopranos or your The Wires. Those tend to have like a much different feel. Is there a word for that? Like, is it like a network feel, like a network drama versus like a HBO style drama? Like, is it a little less pulpy, I guess, maybe? A little less pulpy, a little less soapy? I haven't seen that many that are like this exactly, I suppose. There's also, like, your Buffy the Vampire Slayers type thing. That's almost a different category. I guess that's campy. House is more soapy. So, there you go. There's, like, the categorization of television shows, I guess. I don't watch that many soapy shows. So maybe that's what I'm reacting to, you know, in the house and going like, this doesn't quite click with me. No, I don't believe that she would be into him. Also, they keep saying like, oh, she is like so hot. You know, that's like what the script has all the characters saying, is that the house's lackey lady is like super smoking, and it's like, well, she's attractive in the way that a character on television is typically attractive, but like the Australian doctor and the black doctor, they're also pretty attractive. Like, honestly, the Australian doctor, that dude, might be more traditionally handsome than she is, like, traditionally pretty, all things said. Like, he's more of a stud, more of a, like, a dreamboat, I think, than she is, like, trying to think of a way to phrase this that's not like, sexist, you know? Then she is like a, hottie, let's say. All the terms are cursed. All the terms for that are cursed. Can't do it, can't do it. Thank you, Proto Man. That was, fun. Very good. Hit and complete and bring up the next one. 06I, who just was talking about Ameku. Just talking about Ameku right there. Fantastic. Hey, 06I, I think I have the perfect card for you in particular, since you like the anime and all, and you tend to be, like, perhaps the most involved when, like, I'm talking anime stuff. I only have one anime card tonight, and it's this one. I dropped one more anime. This is pretty straightforward here. Last week, I was looking at the anime, and I sort of went through them, and it's like, okay, I'm sort of tentative on these 8, and these ones I'm keeping, these ones I'm not keeping. I'm gonna say, though, last week I said I was keeping Even Giving the Worthless Appraiser class. I'm actually the strongest, because the second episode was kind of interesting. The third episode, kind of lost me. And I said, you know what? Actually, it's time to cut it. Gotta get out of here. Get out of here, Appraiser. The second episode kind of piled on a bunch of talents and skills and stuff, and made it so, like, oh, he sort of has, like, you know, ability stealing powers. And it's like, okay, that's sort of an interesting thing. Him, like, training up to be super strong and using various stolen powers to become OP. And then in the start of the third episode, the characters are just like, okay, yeah, so you got, like, one more new power of that. Also, we're gonna make it so that we can follow you around and give you, like, super heals all the time. And also, we're gonna come with you and, like, be in your party now. And also, we're gonna make sure that, like, if anything bad happens, we're here to, like, bail you out. And also, it's just like, I'll give you, like, 2 more powers that you can have as far as, like, your appraisal thing. And just like, okay, guys, come. You just gave him so many powers that all the drama and intrigue and interest is, like, drained out. There's no longer any tension now. And, you know, also he's strong enough to basically deal with whatever. He doesn't really need to get stronger, and, like, that was the whole thing that I reacted to in the second episode and going, like, this could work. This could work. If he's reached the top, that's it. That's the ball game, and, fuck that. Basically, it's out. It's out. Doesn't help that, Thursday is a very busy day as well for anime this season. Got a lot of Thursday shows, so cutting that means my Thursday is a little shorter as far as shows go. That's it as far as anime goes. We've had to talk about a lot of anime the last, like, 2 weeks, considering that, like, the season started up, and also it continued starting up, and also, you know, had to, like, give start of the season first impressions, generally. It's been a good season, though. There's a lot of good stuff on. Kind of all I have to say, though. Let's do it. Super World, so we get the bonus heads. We want to randomize them. What's going on here? Daisy. Interesting. Oh, this stage is moving. It's an auto-scroller. This is a Poke-Floats. This is a Poke-Floats right here. The stage is moving, and it's auto-scrolling. You seen this one, Blitzgrok? Nice. I haven't. It is cool. I agree with that. I 100%. I got a wiggler up my ass. Not where you want a wiggler. In the face is also a bad place for a wiggler. Wiggler in the face. Come on! What the hell was that? He got bounced by me. I feel like that should have refreshed the down period. And then he got up while... over. Okay, whatever. Level like this, we do have to, you know, be good. Or else, auto-scroll and all, it takes time to, get through it. So, you know, bear that in mind. Almost tempted to, like, die and do a refresh after losing a mushroom so quickly, considering things might get difficult. Oh, you know what's a great place for a wiggler? Just off-screen. If I don't fuck with the wiggler, it won't fuck with me. That's just a fact. Come on, let me jump on you. Jump on you. I keep on pulling back. What did I hit? I hit a cannonball in midair? Damn. Wow. Hey, Axel, how's it going? I'll say, by the way, of anime, after last week's stream, I did, like, watch the second episode of what's it called? Guild Receptionist. That show is fucking great. That show is fucking awesome. I agree with what I think 06i was saying last time. That show is definitely one of the best. I probably would put Elf over it. Elf, another Welcome to Japan, Miss Elf. I think that one has just been absolutely lovely. But it's damn close, and, you know, I'll say there's honestly a number of shows that are on that level as well, but, you know, goddamn, you know, I'm always probably not going to be able to watch that one right before the stream, so don't expect me to have, like, the most up-to-date thoughts on it. You know, I wasn't able to watch it this time. I decided on dinner instead of watching that episode, though I did watch Miss Elf before the stream. But I gotta say, you know, it's at risk for not getting remembered because it's gonna be always a week before that I watched it, but, god damn, that shit is good. As is the rom-com about, Okinawa. As is, Jesus Christ, that should have hit. As is, Medalist. I feel like Medalist is one of the best this season. As is 100 Girlfriends, of course. You can't, I probably can't talk about anime without saying that 100 Girlfriends is a sublime piece of work. Second episode of that second season hit. Good goddamn episode. I really enjoyed that second episode. It is, of course, a episode that mostly is there to, you know, spend time with the newest girlfriend. This is a train. Ah, I see it. I see it. It's a train. Oh, it's doing like a toot-toot type deal. True. True. I am looking forward to this weekend because I feel like it is time now for another girlfriend. I feel like it's time for number 8, and I'm very interested to see how that goes. Or maybe it'll be some comedy scenario. Either way, it'll be fun. I'm feeling like girlfriend number 8 is this weekend, as far as 100 Girlfriends go. Apothecary has some stuff going on. It's a good season for anime, folks. Wait. Okay, good. I'm safe. feel like it's very concentrated on, like, the weekend. You know, so we're, like, Thursday to Sunday, there's, like, 5 shows per day. Shangri-La Frontier, another one that's worth mentioning. There's, like... There's, like, 5 shows a day, like, from Thursday to Sunday. And then I got, like, 2 shows on every other day. From Monday to... I guess Monday to Wednesday, those 3 days. So, like, during the week, there's not honestly that much to watch day to day, but then Thursday, so much. Friday, kind of a lot as well. Saturday, tons. Which is fine, you know, that's the day where I have time to watch anime. The weekend days. Thursday, I manage. Very good. Now that I've mentioned good-ass anime, do I want to shout out any last ones before we move on to other topics? Villainous Bureaucrat Daddy, Blue Blocks, Dr. Stone new season, Flower and Asura, Crush at Work. I think that covers, like, the S tier. Orb! Sakamoto Days. Maybe Soraya Utility is up there as well, as far as S tier. A lot of goddamn good shows. I feel like there's always a lot of goddamn good shows, to be fair. I feel like I might have a bit of a soft spot for... I tend to give a lot of shows S tier. I tend to say, like, oh yeah, I love that show. I love this show. I love a lot of things. I feel like it's probably, you know, more fun to go through life saying that you love things versus, like, yeah, that one's just very good. That one's just excellent. I don't love it, though. It's sometimes, I think, more, I don't know. I think it is more honest sometimes to say that you love something versus trying to split hairs between, like, I love this one. Do I love this one as much? No, it's not like as top of the year, but it is wonderful, and I do love it, so still gets S tier. And I don't believe in segregating S tiers. I believe that once you get S, that's as high as you go. That's maximum grade. If I gave an S and an S plus rank, my tier list would probably be a lot more even. Because then I would split off half the S's into S and half the S's into S plus. That degrades S, I bet, I think, if it's not the top rank. If it's not the top score. I should probably think about it in the future, though, to be sure. No, as I say that, I feel like that just makes S into a weaker rank and less of an achievement. Everything in S deserves S, even if it's not, like, top of the year. Let's do it. Let's hit complete. Good ass level. Blitzglock, you are up. Blitzglock just chatted. Was just saying that the last level was cool. I'll take it. I'll accept it. That's good enough. Great. I played Rivals 2. I played a little bit of Rivals 2 this week since it got an update. I still think it's not ready for prime time. I didn't play it online. I didn't, like, take it very seriously. I just sort of booted it up. Pulled up the new character, Italis from Rivals of Aether 1. I'll say, it's not called Rivals 2 anymore. It's called Rivals of Aether 2 now. They changed it back. Hello, Credible Man. How you doing? Credible Man, how you doing? I'll say I think they did a good job making Italis. He is one of my favorite characters in the original game. And I will say, I do think they nerfed his up air a lot. It seems like it's a lot harder to kill with a dunk than it was in the first game, which is kind of depressing. I always like to kill with dunks back in the first game. It seems like now your up tilt is more likely to kill than your up air will. You know, if you don't know, Rivals of Aether is like a Smash-like. The sequel is in 3D, and Italis, his up air, is he grabs an enemy who's above him, and then he, like, throws them down and to the right. Like dunking a basketball, basically. Except diagonal in direction. And it seems like it doesn't kill as often as it once did, back in the original Rivals of Aether. Kind of low-key disappointing a little bit, but whatever. Still feels fun. I don't know, something about Rivals 2 doesn't quite click yet. Maybe it doesn't, like, run correctly on my PC. I feel like the frame rate is lower than I would expect. I guess I think that I am looking forward to it coming out on the Switch 2, because I feel like that'll be like the leveler, like, right? Like, I don't think the PC version is quite up to snuff, and indeed, I went through like their story mode, which, by the way, hey, at some point they got a story mode. I went through the story mode, which is very much like a Smash 64 or Melee style story mode, and at the end, this came up, a broken item received message, which doesn't have the item in it. And I feel like this sort of quality is just sort of across the game right now. It should probably still be in beta. It should probably still be in beta, technically. Maybe for the next year or two. I really love the first Rivals of Aether, and I would still say that the first Rivals of Aether is still better. I mean, it has a lot more characters, and also the workshop support is there for Rivals 1. I would still probably say Rivals 1 is a much better game, but, you know, maybe eventually all these issues will be sorted out. Maybe eventually it'll feel a little bit better to me, and eventually it'll be something I'm more into. For now, it's too soon. It's not ready for prime time. I think I combined... I combined the second half with the first half of the code here. The first segment with the second segment. That's the problem. Let's go, Super World. That means we get some bonus heads. Let's go. I'll say I don't think I have that many more cards left. This card docket is relatively slight compared to previous weeks. Last couple weeks, we've gone in like 20 cards, something crazy. This week, 20, 30 cards, something crazy. This week, we still ended up at like 18, actually, all things considered. Earlier in the week, I was thinking more like, I was thinking it'd be more like 10, but stuff happened. I managed to find things to talk about, things I wanted to do, you know. Even today, I can talk about things for hours, but I will say, we do have... God damn it. We do have, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, maybe 7. 6 or 7 cards left. We have more than that many levels. I'll say, should we close the queue? Should we start winding down? Is it time? Let me think for half a second. After the next level. Let's do it after the next level. We got plenty in the queue. God damn it. The exit was in sight there. The end was in sight. This is a nice, relatively traditional level with, not that many power-ups, and they're pretty placed in difficult spots, or not at all. Lightly challenging, but not bad at all. Very nice. Very fun. Good work, Blitz Gruck. Did I miss all the power-ups there? Your Super World is like very Super Mario Bros. 3E, right? I think that was in line with the stated goal, but, you know, I must have missed a power-up in the second half there. Or is it always a case where you need to backtrack a bit to get a power-up? Is that always the case? Wow. I'll try to remember that next time. Thank you for the level. Rock! Rock, you're up. We'll do this one, and then, one more after that. No, we'll do this next one, and then we'll close the queue after that. Let's keep things moving, and also, you know, I know I said I could talk for hours, and I can, I will. But, the longer I have to go without cards, the more of a test that is, you know? And also, I wouldn't mind some shorter streams now and again. Like a good 3-hour stream, that would be ideal now and again. We've been doing a lot of 4, a lot of 5-hour viewer level streams. Rock Party is here, fantastic. And I'd like to sort of reel that back a bit. Here's another card. Marvel Rivals. Just continuing to play Marvel Rivals. I'll say, I don't have much to say about Marvel Rivals that's new, that's exciting, that's, like, interesting at all, really. Other than, like, yeah, I continue to play it. I've been mostly playing the characters that I've found before that I like. I like the new healer. I like Invisible Woman. I like Loki. I like I like the Hulk, though I'm not great at him. Groot, I like. I've been trying to play Thor somewhat. I've been trying to play Black Panther a little. I feel like, okay, here's the thing I've gotten into the most this last week. Last 2 weeks, maybe. I've been trying to play Magic and learn her more. I'm not, like, great at her, but I've had some matches that worked out pretty well. Other than that, like, Scarlet Witch is a go-to. I like Squirrel Girl for, like, the Junkrat-style bombardment play. This is a low clear rate, so we get bonus heads. Let me randomize them. Who else do I like? Who else is good? I'm not really big into Mr. Fantastic. I find his, like, right-click ability hard to aim, and I feel like I'm wasting a lot of potential if I'm playing him, since that move, I'm not getting that much out of it. But he is cool, though. Who else is good? I played some Storm after they buffed her, but, she's probably still just okay. I don't know. She could do more now than she could, but I still don't think she's great. We should play some Rivals together? Yeah, that'd be fun. More, game dates with people, I think would be, very entertaining.
Oh no!
I see how this works, Rock Party. We can't, so we can't get over this, right? No, absolutely not. We need to stay ducked and jump from side to side. Okay, so far so good. Shit. It's hard to... Jumping out is I did jinx it, yes. Jumping out is one thing. Jumping in, that's a whole another thing. Not that jumping out is easy. It's also kind of hard. I'll say it's very clear that that is also hard. Let it be known that both are hard. But like,
Oh no!
haven't done the former once, and I have done the latter like 3 times. I'm mostly not playing Rivals God damn this jump. There we go.
Oh no!
You gotta, like, jump. You can't hit the ceiling before you drop down. Like, you hit the ceiling and then you drop down, you're screwed. With Rivals, I've been playing it just like, you know, idly. I've been playing it, oftentimes on my couch these days. I've been using this wireless keyboard that I have, that I got for Christmas, and I've been using that on the couch with a mouse, and having a good time playing it. Hey, blue-haired boy, how's it going? Having a good time playing the Rivals from the couch. It's a very relaxing thing to do. Damn it, that's the last try. I quite enjoy it. And also, I've been like, you know, I mentioned before, I've been watching House. I've been like doing things like watching House, watching YouTube, listening to podcasts. I never listen to the in-game audio. I don't know the music. I don't know like what characters are saying in the game. I kind of don't give a fuck about any of that. It's just a fun thing to play while I'm watching something. It's almost a little bit mindless in nature. It'd be fun to play with a crew, though. I'll say, though, competitive modes really aren't my jam for like Overwatch-style games. I just want them to add mystery heroes. Mystery heroes, that's my jam. I want it in Rivals of Aether. Beautiful. We didn't do that level. We didn't do that level. I'm gonna hit this miss. Next up is Ratchet Toad, who probably is here. Go ahead and confirm, Ratchet Toad. But also, it is time for, folks, it is time now for the next segment of the stream, where a timestamp goes on the VOD. It is time for Last Call for Levels, where I give y'all some time to get in some levels of your own. Get in some levels of your own, and, you know, get one last level in the event that you've been submitting this whole time. And a perfect time for more new viewers to get in and, have edits. I need a haircut. I need a haircut sometime soon. It's getting a little bit out of control. Recently, during last calls, I have started a new thing where I, instead of doing just actual levels, I am instead showing some brainstorming versions of levels from my super world, specifically going one world at a time. So these are brainstorming versions of levels. They are bullshit versions of the levels. Basically stuff that I made to try to work out the mechanics, to try to figure out like what exactly they can be, what exactly works well, what exactly is the thing. These are not full levels. They are not polished. I have probably showed the full levels like plenty of times previously. This is for the second world of the super world. That is to say, the forest world. Tonight. So we're gonna do these four. And I think let's put it into the maker view, because we might need to jump around a bit to see some corners of it. You know, this was for the 2-1, which the idea was a beehive level, and you know, you climb up on vines. You would have these guys who were sort of set up like they're stuck in the honey, and also if you tried to like run through it, you would also get stuck a little bit, somewhat, a little bit like the beehive from DKC2. That is a thing that worked pretty much right away. I tried some gameplay around like dropping from the donut blocks. I don't remember if much of that got in there. I don't think there's much like dropping from donut blocks type gameplay. There is some stuff here about going over donut blocks and avoiding some guys like this on patterns like that. And this sequence here ended up in the level pretty much as is, including those guys there. Thank you for the level of Rock Party. I think that's this little, you know, a lot of this is just putting down ideas and seeing what sticks, and sometimes, like, a little arrangement like this is good enough where it's like, oh yeah, that gets into the level, that belongs there. You know, 06i, if you leave the queue and re-enter, you're gonna be in the last position. Replace is an easy way to keep your place and get a different level in. Up to you, though. This was all that was built of the outside parts before the actual full level was made, I guess, coincidentally. Kind of not a lot to go off of, but enough to figure out, like, okay, here's the theming, here's kind of how it goes on the outside. Pretty similar, but with spike pits instead of, the thing. You want to be last? Okay, but, like, you know, sometimes new viewers get in, and I let them in before the stream ends. In which case, they would be last, but, Whatever. It's all good. There's also one last sequence out here, which this is literally in the level. That sequence. Okay. This part is in the level as is. This part, nah. This part got like immediately deleted. You know, it was no good at all, basically. That's the first one. That's the first scrapped. Not scrapped. You know, don't think of these as canceled versions. These are just brainstorming versions. For some reason, there isn't a 2-2 BS here. I guess maybe I just, you know, got it right the first time with that one, which was, this one here, Bonehead Bramble. Interesting level. I'll say, you know, the actual polished versions of them exist, and I encourage y'all to check them out, but, we're showing off the work in progress versions. You should check out the final versions. You know, maybe the difficult part about this as a concept is that, you know, it kind of would make sense to show off the completed version too, but that would effectively double the length of this segment, wouldn't it? If the completed versions were here as well. Here, the theming was the first thing to come together, and you know, you can see it's pretty good right off the gate, right from the jump. I tried some other spaces that didn't make it into the final level like this. You know, like some cave interior types. In the final level, the only thing that are interiors are just trees. Things of that nature. Also, there's no snowballs in the final level. I messed around with the Magic Koopas. Bullet Bills. There actually are Bullet Bills. No, there's not Bullet Bills. There's Mecha Koopas in the final one. Show of half as many work in progress versions? I mean, that's an idea, but it's just not quite as clean, is it? Interesting. I'm going back to this one. This one used a horizontal arrangement of stuff versus the final level, which is vertical in its subworld. This segment here, one of the earlier experiments, and pretty much ended up in the level as is, as one of the final moments of the thing. Let's see. Now, what the hell is this? Was the idea here that you would use bullet bills to get over this gap? That's an interesting place to hide a 50 coin. I forgot about that entirely. It did not end up being the way. Here's the fourth one, which had Yoshi? I guess I was experimenting with Yoshi being in this one. That's not how it ended up, though. That said, a lot of the things here are what ends up in the actual level. Cape, spike things. These bullet bill contraptions sort of like, on things below the lava to sort of like make them move back and forth. Some lily pad looking like theming. This is just how I sort of work out the basics, right? Like currently in my current super world, I have that. And as the ideas become more concrete, I sort of take apart the regular version of it and make like a new version. So you see here, most of the things that end up in the actual level are here, like bullet bills, tree theming. The theming is pretty much all the same. Bullet bills slowed down by the goop. And the bullet bill, bonsai bills and bullet bills, both of them. I guess I can maybe show them like quickly, maybe not a full level's worth of them, but I could like dive into them real quick. This one is a 20-second level with a timer of 100 seconds to make it like relatively lenient. Oh wow, I completely forgot the first version of this. This is way different from the final version. The first version here, I was trying to make it work as a hybrid water level. Like a swimming type thing. And I just couldn't make it quite feel right. Also, you had to bash the baddies in the first version of it, which could be awkward, but does lead to some cool moments like this. That is a cool moment, but for my goal of making these levels like 20 seconds long, it just didn't work out. Also, like, if you lose the Shelmet, you're very inconvenienced. Very, very inconvenienced. That's way different from how it ended up. I forgot about that. Wow. And you got this bit here where you sort of like fall under these guys and can sort of like, you know, come at them from below. Pretty cool, but a lot of these ideas just never were gonna fit within a 20-second framework, I think. Like, they just take too much time to, the time question of it was just off, as far as these things go. Let me show a few final versions just for comparison. We'll just load them up, and we'll just sort of... I'll just sort of scroll through them. I won't play them. I'll just show, like, where they ended up. So, here's the first one, the Beehive. Pretty much the ideas sort of came across as is. There's only one case where you have to fall beneath the stage to get something, and it's made a little bit, like, precarious for the laser guy doing some stuff down there. You can see there that the Buzzy Beetles pretty much ended up as is. Here's that sequence from the work-in-progress version, though a little bit tightened up, I guess. There's another part that's, like, right out of the work-in-progress version, with the second part changed out entirely, and with a power-up there instead. And, on the overworld side, pretty much everything here was, new. You know, that I just hadn't figured out the overworld part. I guess, like, the main thing I hadn't figured out was that the overworld would be like the trees. It's kind of like a reverse version of the trees from like Donkey Kong Country 3, where there's two shafts that sometimes you go between, you know, going up between one and the other, but instead of inside the tree, the shafts are the outside of the trees, which, you know, kind of works. I say it kind of works. It definitely works. It works. Believe me, it works. Also, hexagons are a big random theme in that one. There's no work in progress of 2-2, or 2-2, yeah, 2-2. So we'll just go to 2-3, which, yeah, the theming was pretty much in place, as were the basic ideas. Did the first one, did the work in progress have ghosts? That was probably like the biggest thing that I figured out between that and this, is that ghosts work really well for that. Also, you got these sequences where in the actual final level, you always get the hat put on you by going through a door. Hexagons are the bestigons. That's a funny slogan. Yes. A fun thing about this level and how it works is that I sort of always did a thing between these halves of the level, right? Where you go through a door and you end up on the other side at a place that you can see. I did that for one simple reason, which is that the subworld is actually not what it seems. It's a vertical subworld, but because of the way that you, like, go through it, right? Here's, like, the first room of the subworld, right? Phone nearly died. What did you miss? Just some prototype versions of my super world, and now I'm showing, like, the actual versions for comparison. So in this one, you can see that you can sort of see beyond the door, but it's actually an illusion. That is not actually what's behind the door. The actual behinds are up here, and I sort of built it to look like, hey, here's where you came from. So that it looks like a horizontal level, normal style, so that the next time you end up in the subworld, you go through this segment, and then you go into this long segment where you're dropping forever, and this is the only place, the first time, where there is any solid indication that this is not a horizontal level. It sort of waits until this last moment to trick you, and then there's just like a castle climb inspired sequence, which, again, yeah, includes this part, which pretty much, I think, is directly from the work in progress version. Since the work in progress was horizontal and this is vertical, I probably had to rebuild it like brick by brick, part by part, but that's fine. That's cool. One thing about this world is that every level uses Mecha Koopas as like a thing. It's Wind Up Woods, after all, is the name of the world, and this is the only place where they end up in this level. Took a while to figure out, like, how am I gonna make these guys work here, but just having one set of them to, like, bombard you with 100 missiles at once, pretty cool as a set-piece moment. Finally, the only thing that's really notable about this one is that, like, in the final version, the first half of the level is right to left. In fact, most of the level is right to left here. But other than that, it's pretty straightforward. You ride on the things, there's booze. You know, because it goes right to left now, the skull platforms that go to the right sort of are going the wrong way for you, making them into sort of an alternate falling platform, which I think is pretty cool. It has a lot of good moments, a lot of good theming, and I guess there's not that much else to say about this one. It's pretty much exactly what the prototype was sort of building to. Tough to fit some of these levels in, you know, whether it's like screen real estate or like enemy real estate, especially this one where I was building a whole second version of the thing. Like, that one was a real challenge. Next time, if we do scraps, I'll do like the final version like right after. As far as this final version goes, the main difference is just like it's not a hybrid water level at all. You can't actually go in the water, and it is now 20 seconds, and I came up with this whole different gameplay thing after that bullshit level was saved off, of like standing on blue platforms whilst being like, you know, assailed by missiles from the Mecha Koopas and from the Bullet Bill launchers, both. And pretty good gimmick, and it kind of fits into the... works for a level that's 20 seconds long. That's the scraps of World 2, as well as, you know, coverage of, like, what they became. I guess last week I didn't do the same for World 1's one, so let me just do that really... No, it's fine, it's fine. I think I covered it well enough last week. Though, I regret not doing it then, but, you know, a lot of these things are work in progresses, you know? If there's a week that doesn't have that many levels, we'll revisit those, but this week had plenty. I think it's time to close and, bring us to... close the queue and get going towards the end of the stream here. Yes. The queue is closed, and, what the fuck? Oh, what were you? Was whoever? Did someone who was up next leave the queue? Because there is no current level. I thought I said to someone, "Please confirm." Did that someone remove their level? That's a edge case, I guess, for sure. Ratchet Toad was up. Did Ratchet Toad remove level? Ratchet Toad leave queue? Weird. Maybe I misclicked on the thing. 1 second. Let me... Ratchet Toad's level should be there, so I don't know what happened. Did I accidentally ban Ratchet Toad? No, maybe I accidentally dismissed it or something. Let me add that one myself, and... I'll just, bring that back in. That should be there, unless Ratchet Toad left. I don't think I see. I'm looking at the chat. I don't see Ratchet Toad leaving since his level came up. So, Oh, I need to open the queue so I can put the level in myself. Whatever. That's fine. I accidentally dismissed the level. That said, I do not see Ratchet Toad here, so, you know, I think we do have to do it in sudden death. So, yeah. Close. Back close. Okay! Queue is closed. It's time to finish off the levels we had. There was a little bit of confusion with Ratchet Toad's level. I don't know how it left the queue. I don't see him pulling it. I must have accidentally, like, misclicked and dismissed it. But I re-added it, so here we go. But also, Ratchet Toad isn't here, so it'll be sudden death. That's how it works, even now that the queue is closed. If you're not here, we do sudden death. If you are here, we do regular lightning round with bonus heads for levels of below 1% clear rates or super worlds. And at this point, it's probably too late to do an express pass if anyone were to have that. But, like, if anyone is in queue, or I guess it's still possible, I don't know. Remains to be seen how that works when the queue is closed. But, like, an express pass could still be employed, I suppose. That's the new feature for premium viewers, for Twitch subscribers. Once a stream, skip the queue business. Link is what this says. Cool, we cleared that. I think we also could have just, like, rammed him off the thing. That's fine. We're solving puzzles, making our way forward. Very cool. Very cool level. Ratchet Toad. Again, it's Ratchet Toad. It's not me. Not me. This is Ratchet Toad's level. Like I said at top, I need to spend some time working. Obviously, I spend time working. I need to spend time working on my next level sometime soon. I have ideas. They're starting to take shape. I have 2 screens worth. That's very nice. Soon I'll have a whole level. Soon I'll have half a level. Then maybe I'll have a whole level. I'll say with the level, I am planning maybe of having the first part not have any power-ups in it other than the mushroom, so as to make it a little more difficult, more like final level-y, but also, you know, there's so much I haven't figured out about that level such that I can't really say what it's gonna be. That's right, it is, this level is the current one. 06i, if you're confused, again, this is supposed to be Ratchet Toad's. Somehow Ratchet Toad's level got yeeted out of queue. I don't know how that happened. This is that level. Weekend will be nice. It'll be nice to have a normal weekend. I mean, I say that. It won't be as nice as an abnormal weekend, which this week was a 3-day. For me, at least. Martin Luther King Day. I also was a bit sick on, Tuesday, so I took a sick day. So, I have had a absurdly short week, all things considered. Which is fine, you know, hey. Nice to, you know, if you're not feeling well, you shouldn't go to work. That just is, the basics of, that just makes sense. I feel like I've been taking more sick days post-pandemic than pre-pandemic, but, you know, maybe that's also just a degree of, like, you know, pre-pandemic, I was definitely more likely to just take some Dayquil and go into the office. Nowadays, it's like, no, you should at least be working from home if you're feeling at all sick. And if not full-blown, like, just take the day off, which is just, like, the best possible thing you can do for yourself, you know? It's just the nicest thing. It's just like, oh, I don't have to worry about anything. I'll say on the days that if I do take a sick day like that, right? I kind of end up treating them a lot like a weekend day, but that is to say, like, yeah, I sleep through the entire day, like I do on a weekend, and sort of wake up when I would be off work, and about that time go like, okay, well, now it's time just to do normal stuff. You know? Like, it's not like I suddenly gain... The way that I'm doing it now, it's just like, no, I just generally gain a little bit of time for a little bit more rest. And it's not like I go to sleep at a later time on those days. It's just, unlike a sick day, it's just, you know, extra time for sleeping, which is probably low-key the best possible thing you can do with your health. Hello, Forest Clappers. The queue is currently closed, but I would be up for opening it to you. Let me know if you're ready to do that. Let me know if you're ready to submit again on the ball. In fact, here you go. Go ahead and do it. Right now, right now. Do hurry so I can close it behind you. O6I, if you want to be moved beyond Forest Clappers, I can arrange that as well. You know, I don't think I've ever had anyone who wanted to be at the end of the queue, but, you know, hey, such things are up to you, I guess. You know? You have the power, all that. One second, let me plug in the thing. Forest Clappers, please submit now, or I'll close it, and you can request to have it reopened. But I need you to do that now, or else, you know, it doesn't do to just keep the queue open for long periods of time. You know, I just plugged in my controller. I wonder what the Switch 2 controller will be like, the Pro controller. I bet it'll be good. Never mind, you're not gonna get in there? Well, it's up to you. You don't want to do so. Not sure why you would say never mind, but, whatever. Okay, I'm gonna go ahead and reclose it then. You let me know if you change your mind. The exact same, but with the C button? I mean, yeah. You think... Can any sort of... You know, with the Joy-Cons, there's the whole mouse gimmick, right? Can you do a mouse gimmick with, like, a regular-ass controller? With, like, the side of it or something? I don't know. Like... something like this? How would you do that? Like, hold it like... I don't know how you do mouse gimmick with the thing. Maybe like, you know, move it around the back. Maybe like a touchpad on it. Maybe like the PlayStation. Maybe like the PlayStation 1. If the C button is the mouse, it might not have it. That's possible as well. I don't think it's the mouse, though. I think that's some sort of social button. I think that's gonna be for, like, your chat, or, some sort of, like, live streaming type, social service type thing. Where you'll be able to, like, broadcast to friends in real time, like some people do on Discord, and of course, like a Twitch streamer does in general. It'll be like a screen share that's for everything, I think, is the prevailing theory. That's like the popular theory right now. But also, it's just a theory, not a leak. So, you know, keep that in mind. climbing downwards now. Fun. These kind of look like watermelons. Insofar as they're like oblong a little bit. For some reason. I guess because they don't have corners. They don't have corners. They look like they're like ovular. Even though they're just sort of diamonds that have holes in them. Can we get a replacement power up? Yes, we can. Very good. Switch 2 is going to be really good. Really looking forward to April when they reveal more. Though, honestly, I'm kind of glad that we don't have to worry about it for like another couple months now. We know when the Direct is. We know there's not going to be nothing. You think they're going to do a Switch 1 Direct? People are saying there might be a Switch 1 Direct, and I'm kind of skeptical of that myself. I'm kind of skeptical that'll be a thing, but it might be. Might be. I just don't know if, like, a Switch 1 Direct would have anything. You know, like, if you're asking me, like, no, there's nothing more to reveal for the Switch. It's a dead console. At most, it can get some of the exclusives, you know? Like, maybe when they're talking about Mario Kart, they'll say, like, and you can play it on Switch 1 as well. When they're talking about, Metroid Prime 4, they'll say, and you can still play it on your Nintendo Switch 1. That hasn't changed. That was a very nice level. You are correct, Axel. I agree. Good work, Ratchet Toad. It's a complete. I feel like that's the best bet for, like, Switch 1 support these next few months. I feel like they're just gonna, like, ride it out. All development is being put towards the new console. You know, like, we'll have Pokemon XY, Legends XY, whatever, XYZ. We'll have another port of, whatchamacallit, Xenoblade Chronicles. We'll have, you know, maybe we could go with an update to DK, Donkey Kong Country Returns. Apparently people have figured out in Donkey Kong Country Returns, they did break a few features from the original game. Like in the original game, when you bounced off an enemy and you were playing co-op, your co-op partner had a second to like bounce off the enemy as well. Apparently they broke that, and now it's just the second player just falls into the pit if there's no choice, which that's kind of that kind of sucks. I think there's going to be a 3DS and make the cards for season Switch 2. Oh yeah, that's like they're going to do a 3DS and make the cards slightly different. Yes, they won't be backwards compatible from Switch 2 to Switch 1, but they are going to do, like, for backwards compatible games, they are going to have some of those. There are going to be some that are multi-console. I was going to say, there are, like, there is, like, a patent that would allow them to put a second screen on the Switch 2 through its, like, top USB-C ports. I don't think that comes to fruition. It'd be cool if they did put that out and did like, hey, it's 3DS Online, it's DS Online. Those two things are actually easier to do than GameCube Online, maybe. I don't know how exactly, like, space constraints play into that. You know, there is something to be said like, well, GameCube games are too big. But also, what if they put a huge-ass hard drive on that thing? What if it had enough space where you could just have 100 gigs of GameCube game on there all the time and you wouldn't mind? What if that was the case? I don't know. Please do GameCube Online and Wii Online and all the onlines. Please do those things. It's okay if there's never a Wii U Online. That one could just, we don't need that one. All the Wii U games got ported. All the Wii U games are good. Forever, for all time. Josh B is up. Josh B in the YouTube chat. Go ahead and, Josh B, you're in the YouTube chat, right? I think Josh believes from the YouTube chat. Go ahead and confirm. You know what to do. Ugh. That stuff is sick. Hey, how about another card? Oh, right. I just randomly started talking about Donkey Kong Country Returns HD because for some reason I thought I already talked about finishing it. I already talked about it early in the stream, but it's actually the next card. I finished it. I got all the puzzle pieces and am now kind of low-key working on the hard mode things. I'll say with DKCR HD, there's a lot of quality of life stuff that it doesn't have, that was in Tropical Freeze that it doesn't have for, like, it is true you can't play Mario Maker 1, but Mario Maker 2 is just as good, nearly. There are some quality of life features Jesus, that Returns doesn't have, and still doesn't have. Like, I think, like, the most egregious thing for me, it's not the thing that they broke, as far as, like, co-op goes. Honestly, I don't give a fuck about co-op, and kind of think low-key that, like, the more co-op options a game has, the more likely people are to play it in co-op and get a suboptimal experience as a result. These games are meant to be played single-player, and playing them as party games just sort of, makes it easy to go like, well, they're not as tight as Super Mario World. I guarantee you, if you played Super Mario World with, like, 4 other knuckleheads throwing you and getting up to bullshits and making you keep up with them and making you think about, you know, slowing down for them to keep up, you would probably have a similar take to the New You series and New You and all that as people do towards New You. It'd probably be like a little bit... I feel like people don't get, like, the full experience and don't know how good Tropical Freeze is. I feel like that's one of the reasons some people don't realize, like, how good it is, because they played it in the slightly suboptimal way of multiplayer. The thing that's, like, the most egregious as far as quality of life issues go is that in DKCR, the time trials work in a way that no time trial has ever worked in history, insofar as, I dropped my controller for no reason because I'm gesturing with my hands right now. Now I'm picking it back up with my feet, which was foolish because I hit the stop button. And also it's hard to do with feet. So it took me a few tries even. God damn it. More time for Josh to confirm. Whatever. That's fine. The way that time trials work in DKCR HD is unlike any time trial insofar as when you die... fuck! Oh my god! Too many. When you die in DKCR HD in the time trial, you just restart at the checkpoint. And the timer is still what it was at. So, to actually get a good run in, you have to literally go and into the menu, hit restart, and then it has to load, and then you get to restart. It's nonsense. Also, even if you're dying and you didn't even get a checkpoint, you're restarting at the start of the level, the timer is still like 30 seconds in. It's still like 40 seconds in. It's so screwy. And the load times are so slow that, like, I low-key don't want to do the 100%. Don't want to do, like, all the time trials. I also hate all the boss fights, so jot that down. I kind of don't want to do those even with the hard mode, which is goofy because checkpoints are in there. You get 2 hits... but you can die and respawn at a checkpoint and get your health back, but you can't use the DK barrels to do that. There's a lot of stuff in that are just kind of unpolished and rough in the original game and in the remake also. And I really wish they had given it to someone who would be like, oh, let's do some quality of life changes. Let's improve it somewhat. You know, I'll say the port is a little bit rough in places, performance-wise, a couple of minor feature-wise, but I feel like the biggest missed opportunity is just that they didn't fix the things that were rough about the game and that have been rough about the game forever. It's a perfectly good platformer. It's like a 4 out of 5. It's good. If you haven't played it, sure, why not? Do Tropical Freeze is like 100 times better though, so jot that down and maybe consider picking that up as well. Don't sleep on Tropical Freeze. Don't think for a second that Returns is the one to get. Tropical Freeze is the one to get. Returns is the one if you really want to see everything. And also, don't forget the SNES ones. Can't forget the SNES ones. This seems like a nice, fun, traditional desert level. I lost that shell, but that's fine. Let's keep moving. I think that's just an optional thing anyway. Hey, I got a doodad. Best world in tropical freeze. That wasn't worth it. Probably the last world. It has like all the different. That one has like the most theming insofar as it has like, you know, every different world from the original Returns redone as a snow level. It is also the longest world, and it also is just kind of has no fat. Maybe there's like one like rocket barrel level that I would leave, but other than that, you know, it's killer. And it's also just like the culmination of the whole game up to that point. You know, you can't go wrong with that last level. Hey, Chard. Queue is closed, Chard, but if you want to get one in, let me know, and I'll open it for you.
Oh yeah, Mario time.
You know how you do. How much you miss? The queue is closed now. We're at the end, but I'm just talking about Tropical Freeze and Returns, I guess, more than Tropical Freeze actually. Okay, you can. 1 second. Okay, I'm gonna open it for you. No one but Chard or anyone else who is new. Returns is good. Enjoying going through it. I don't know that I'll go the distance. I don't know that I'll do 100, 200%, whatever. But, you know, it's still a good game. It's still a great game. It's not a fantastic game. And it's probably the weakest DKC. Does that about sum it up? I wish they would have new funky moded it. You know, I wish that they would have given it to someone who, you know, not only was like a talented, who could do a better job, but also could have more vision to do like more than just port the 3DS version in its entirety. Let me hit complete and move on to the next one. Master Sword. Master Sword, you are up. Go ahead and confirm Master Sword. Note that the open queue is just for Chard. Just for Chard right now. No one else get any in. I will take out any that come in during this time that aren't from a new viewer. Someone who hasn't been here all day. Exclamation point add, Chard. You know what to do. You got it. Sorry you had to open it. Gotcha. G, not Q there. So yeah, Returns, continuing to play that. Still will be for a while now, I think, for like, you know, that's kind of the only thing that's out right now. The only thing that's really like, getting me pumped, you know, really like catching my interest. I mean, there's a couple games I'm going to play on stream soonish here. You know, I mentioned earlier, next week I'm going to play some Braid. Week after, the weekend after, really. I'm going to play some, I'm going to try out Miss Side, which, that's the viral dating sim horror game that went viral like a month ago. And then there's going to be a whole bunch of playthroughs. Some good stuff ahead. But as far as like new games that I'm like gonna play off stream, I've got nothing, and I don't know anything's coming out anytime soon. Is anything coming out anytime soon? You're trying to make a custom desert theme for your super world, and you don't see why. You see why the desert theme Super Mario Maker Bros. 1 desert theme sucks? What's your Mario Maker 2 name? Master DS, and the code is like available somewhere. Look in my my YouTube profile. It's written there. If you look at the main YouTube page, Shard, or if anyone's on Twitch and wants to find that, scroll down. There's some information there. I should update that and remove the Twitter now that Twitter is going the way of the dinosaur, or you know, going the way of problematic. You know, now that Twitter is canceled. In other words, you know, million things that we all have to do in this new world that we live in. I don't see Master Sword. Let's go. We have 2 tries since Master Sword has not confirmed. Let's do it. Looping music. Are you gonna load it in horizontally or instant load at the start? You're talking to blue-haired boy. What blue-haired boy is trying? I've done some decent stuff with that theme. I think I've managed it on occasion. You're probably not wrong. It's not like the easiest thing in the world or anything, but it's not impossible neither. I don't see how what I can do here. I need to hit that on-off with the link, I think. Fuck! Yeah, that's the second life. That's the second life right there. I guess if you respawn from the checkpoint, you jump on that Koopa and you bounce him back. You bounce him to the left. But Master Sword, we are out of tries and you are not here, so we gotta move on. That's gotta be like the end of it. Here's, by the way, the my maker code if you need it. There's the maker code right there. There's my profile. I'll just leave that on screen for a couple seconds while I dismiss this level and bring up the next one by Axel. Axel on the YouTube side. Go ahead and confirm. You're making a song for fun? Oh, it's a music level. Blue-haired boy. Gotcha. Axel, go ahead and confirm. Go ahead and confirm, Axel. Meanwhile, let me pull up a card, talk about what's on it. This is sort of DKC adjacent. Follow up on platformer ideas. During the Sunday stream last week, during last weekend's Sunday stream, I started talking about, like, ideas I had for 2D platformers. You know, I've said before, I would love to make, like, a DKC-style indie platformer. If I had, like, you know, the time and, the budget, and I say the budget, you know, if I could, that is like an ambition that I would love. You know, I feel like there's not enough out there, but also the other thing I feel is that the ones that are out there aren't as successful as they could be. You know, I feel like a lot of them, you know, Tropical Freeze is a good example, right? Like, that is about as good as a 2D platformer can be, and it's not like terribly successful. So I have been trying to think about, on occasion, like, how I would structure a 2D game, especially given, you know, indie limitations. Like, how would I make a game that was successful in ways that Tropical Freeze was not? Like, if Tropical Freeze can't do it, what could I come up with that would do the trick? And I've come up with ideas before. Like, I think my favorite idea is, like, doing, like, a Rayman Legends style thing where you have to get, like, certain optional collectibles to progress through the game, unless you do it like classic version, right? Like, okay, you can unlock a world fully, or you get 10 lives, you have to go through the whole world, or you lose all your progress. Good luck. I feel like that would be a very fun way to be like, okay, we have a classic mode for you, and, you know, for speedrunners and stuff, this is the mode for you. But, you know, the other way is also another category, I'm sure. You know, that could be another category for speedrunners to do if it were to be so successful, you know? Like, I think that would be a basic good design. The idea I had last Sunday during that stream was I was talking about Astrobot and how it has, like, a bunch of bespoke abilities. And I was also talking about Animal Buddies and how DKC should have more of them. And I realized something that would be rad. They should just go all out and do, like, Mario Wonder, you know, amounts of Animal Buddies, you know, Astrobot levels of Animal Buddies. They should just make, like, 10 to 20 Animal Buddies and have it so, like, yeah, each of them gets, like, 1 or 2 levels, but each time you find an Animal Buddy, it'd be really cool. And if they did that for like a I say this would be either an idea for an indie DKC like, or like an idea for like the Donkey Kong team at Nintendo, right? Like, can you imagine the trailer of that? Like if they did, if they're doing like a Donkey Kong Country new game, and it's like the Everyone Is Here trailer for Donkey Kong Country, where it's like, okay, here's Rambi, here's Ungard, here's Squawks, here's like Squitter, here's Radley, here's Winky. Winky, you're thinking, oh wait, two bouncing buddies? No, it's everyone. Everyone is here. We got Espresso. We got all the versions of Squawks throughout the years. We got like Clapper is back from Clapper's Cavern. We got multiple light and darkness guys. We got the Glower is back, or Glimmer from Glimmer's Galleon. There we go. Glower from the N64 game. Wendell from N64 game as well, maybe. I think it'd be fun if they just like went ham with it and just made a billion buddies. Hell, even get I think if you did that, you could even do like, if it was done like an official DKC, like, right? You could even do the Jungle Beat ones, and that would be fine. That'd be fun. Axel is here, by the way, so good. This one is not hard enough to require extra heads, so yes. I have been like idly thinking about that since I had the idea, and like I have like a Google document where I write in like ideas for platformers, and if ever I had the time, if ever I had the free time, whatever. And one thing I have written down there right now is just like 20 different, like 15 different Animal Buddy ideas. Like, let me read them. This is giving it away, but whatever. I'm probably never going to ever make any such thing, it's sort of a pipe dream. Here's what I've written down. A crocodile that swims fast in water. A bee that moves like Unguards but can shoot stingers. A horse that runs really goddamn fast. Maybe sort of like a better car. Like a better car, maybe. Maybe it can double jump. Things of that nature. Run on walls, perhaps. That'd be cool. A snake that can springy high jump, swallows enemies, like constricts enemies, sort of like Sonic style, sort of like sort of. I'm picturing like sort of like homing to them and then hitting a button to either jump off them or swallow them to use them as a projectile later on. I think that'd be cool design. A snail that slows down time like an Astrobot. A crab that can fire cannonballs out of like your barrel cannon equivalent. I think that'd be a neat gimmick for a level. A giraffe would be fun. I don't know how you make that work. Maybe something like an espresso type partner. Maybe it could be like a mini giraffe. If it's a mini giraffe, you could do it like espresso. If it's a full-size giraffe, it's like, okay, that's a whole different thing. Do like an elephant that's sort of like your Rambi. Do like a flying squirrel. Mix of Flapper and Super Mario World cape. That's fun. A manta ray that can fly squawk style. Maybe like electric projectiles. That'd be cool. Hits like chain lightning is the idea there. Hitting things behind where you hit the first targets. So maybe there'd be like some skill in like hitting the front of an arrangement of enemies. A spider that does like Squitter stuff. An idea I have for that is like, what if two webs at once, two platforms at once? Like you fire it and then like two platforms come out at like different distances from you. So it's a little more convenient, a little more fast paced than regular Squitter. A baboon with balloons that slows falls and can throw balloons. Sure, why not? A drone that's sort of like a parry. A walrus that's sort of like a Ellie the elephant, but it freezes enemies so you can jump on them. A frog that can grapple and stuff. And I have here written down a monarch, like an alpha wolf type thing who has like other wolves that they can throw and warp to the other wolf. well, they're wolves, sort of like the team-up ability in DKC 2 and 3, where you can throw your partner and then warp to wherever you throw them. Have an animal buddy that's that, but like a pack of wolves, I think would be cool. Those are a bunch of ideas I have written down that I'll never ever probably have the opportunity to use, considering that I have a full-time job and, like, you know, I don't have an extra year that I'm not spending already just streaming and, you know, doing other things for the channel. You know, I don't have the time to do a third side hustle. I'll say if the Twitch channel ever became successful enough, I would love, you know, if it ever became successful enough where I could quit my day job, which, yeah, that's not happening anytime soon, let me say. Oh, we need to bring the bomb from earlier in the level all the way through. It's a good thing bombs refresh when you go through doors or pipes, because otherwise it probably would not be possible. I'll say if the channel ever became like Mondo successful, I would very much consider like just having that be like what I do with the extra time, right? Okay, we need to start over specifically. We can't backtrack. I would do that with my free time, my extra time there. I would I would maybe try to do like you know, game development as like a side hustle.
Oh, no.
Okay. We gotta get it on the first jump. We gotta do it right. 3 tries left. I would do that as a side hustle if the Twitch and the YouTube were to become like, you know, enough to live off, but that's unlikely, you know? It is fun to think about, though. It is just, I think, a thing that's fun to think about right now, and, you know, if anyone would like to... I hope someone is out there making the game that I imagine, right? I hope there's someone out there working on a platformer and they happen to have had a lot of the same ideas, you know? How to make it compelling, how to make it, like, exciting, and maybe how to sell more than Kaze and the Wild Masks. Which, I think Kaze and the Wild Masks is fantastic, and it's a shame, as an indie DKC, that, no one knows about it. Is this one... What's the clear rate on this one? This one might qualify for bonus heads, and I just didn't realize. If it does qualify, I'll give it some bonus heads right now. Let me see. That is a 3% clear rate. Wow, doesn't qualify. I would have thought it would for sure be below 1%. Let me leave the like on that. Let me tell you what, we need to remember to check the clear rate before we go in here. That's cool. That's cool. We didn't get through. You know what? We'll do one more because that first try was kind of wasted because I just didn't know I needed the bomb because I didn't read the description. That's on me. One more. And also the fact that we didn't know that we didn't know. I didn't know if it qualified for the check. We should know before we play a level whether we get bonus heads or not. That's just, yeah, there we go. That's fine then. That one's one where you probably want to practice a little bit. You probably want to be like, okay, can I make that jump in one? Do I have to land on the platform before getting to the pipe? I feel like I should be able to make it, and if I want the bomb not to go off, I probably have to. But I'm really not sure. I can't speak to that. It's fun coming up with ideas for games, and like what the theme would be, and what the, you know... I've had a couple things written down as far as that goes, like... Let me hit dismiss and bring up the next one. Thank you, Axel. Thank you, thank you. I've had a bunch of ideas written down like, oh, it'd be cool if it was like DKC2. And it was like pirate themed, right? A pirate platformer would be fun. You know, in the same way that like DKC2 is fun. Maybe, but you're playing as the pirates rather than fighting against the pirates. That's an obvious one. I don't know of any like medieval platformer. Like knights and swords and stuff would be cool. You know, you could do something with that. You know, sort of a medieval setting. Something like robots. Robots are fun. Robots, space. I had one idea where I was just like, you know, you could do like a Dan-to-Dan thing and have it be robots and ghosts, both of them, and have that be like a, you know, like Dan-to-Dan, sort of like a crossover between the two, between the supernatural and the paranormal, or whatever. Pirates are anti-heroes, people who happen to be against the yeah. Pirates or bounty hunter would be a cool one, I think. I had one idea I had is like, that I wrote down at one point was like, okay, instead of like a DK coin that you collected, it instead could be like a bounty target. Like, okay, there's like a certain enemy in this level that has a bounty on their head, and you have to kill them, and they're sort of like hidden. They're sort of like a hidden enemy. Kind of like coin, but more flexible, I guess. Or maybe they could be like different types of enemies in different levels. That's an idea that I have. One of the ideas that I have. I have a lot of ideas that probably wouldn't fit into one game, realistically. Really would be like, scope creep, you know? If you're just coming up with a million ideas that could be in a game, well, they'll just get away from you. I mean, the 20 Animal Buddies idea, that's like right out there. That's totally just directly an idea that's like, exactly that. Credible Man, please confirm. This is Credible Man's level, right? Yes, good, okay. We typed it in, good and good. Stop looking here, just play the game, says the description. Well, I don't see Credible Man, though, so it would have to be, sudden death as is, but let me give... Let's go, let's do it. And note that it's not hard enough for heads if Credible Man were to appear. Also, you know what I'm gonna say? I'm gonna say this right now. You should be present. We have 2 tries, and that's the first one, since a Credible Man isn't present. Great, cool. This is probably relatively easy. The clear rate wasn't bad, but that's a hell of a way to lose one of our two tries. Let me just say. You should probably be present if you are to receive the bonus heads. You should be present from the start. I'm gonna say that as a rule. Be present from the start if you want bonus heads. I mean, that sort of makes it so, like, you know, kind of encourages me to buy time just in case, you know. You know, makes it so that buying time is, like, more valuable. And doing things like this where we just play the level and don't worry until after whether we have, like, 2 tries or 7. You know. There's, like, a gray area there that needs to be figured out over the next, like, such and such streams, but we did it. It was not that hard, so it's fine, it's cool, hey. Bowser is dead, and, we are happy. That small Bowser is so easy to jump over. It's kind of ridiculous. How the hell did Mario fall off there? I'm unsure, like, how exactly Mario got... The treadmill was going the other way, right? It was going to the right? I don't know. Maybe it wasn't. Thank you for the level, Credible Man. Let me hit complete and bring up the next one. Proto Man is up next. Proto Man. I didn't see that one you said about you have a game idea already already like in mind. Um, let me see. You technically already made, but you want to redo it? Gotcha. I've made a few things in like Game Maker when I was like in high school and stuff, like small things. And like you know, as part of schooling and whatever. Never anything big and proper. There is one game I made like when I was like in high school that I wish I had the archive of. I wish I had a version of it. I have a hard drive that from around that time. I'm kind of tempted to like do some data recovery and try to get the data off it just in case like that old like Earthbound fan game is on there. I would love to show it on stream sometime if it still existed. You use Scratch for fun. You don't gain from it, but you just do it because why not? A shooter game where you shoot alien ships, but you can upgrade everything. Even the parts that barely do anything. Yeah, that'd be cool. Like a Galaga type game, right? Like really getting hardcore into the detail of it. I could see that. I mean, if you have like a whole document of like ideas for upgrades, that would be the extra mile maybe that would impress people into the genre. Thank you. Let's get up Proto Man's level now, and let me put the message into chat as the Proto Man knows. Mario got crazy speed from nowhere to fall off. Conveyor was not towards the lava. Galaga was cool, but you like Grievous more? That's the closest you got to a document. Well, it's still fun to think about these things, like you know, in the shower, in the on the road, at work. You know, when you're doing your business. You know, it's good to think about these things, and fun. Also, Mario Maker. It's good to think about Mario Maker things in all those scenarios as well. Driving. Another time, good to think about stuff. I'll say, having played a bunch of Mario Maker and made a bunch of Mario Maker, I am now more confident that, like, oh yeah, I could totally do a platformer, like a full-ass platformer, if I had the time and the wherewithal, you know, the energy, the drive, etc. And wasn't, like, you know, dividing my time between, like, several hours of streaming a week and also a full-time job, you know? But yeah, I could talk about game ideas for hours. But let's you know, like many things this stream, I could totally just keep on going, you know, and pitch things like, oh, it's so easy to pitch ideas and so hard to like execute on them, you know, and regardless of like that fact, it's still fun, even though, you know, pipe dream. Most of them are. Pipe dream, fantasies, whatever. Your favorite Nintendo holiday providing you with game announcements. I don't think there is any such holiday, but whatever. Here's another card. Did you see that there's new Pokemon content, new Pokemon Pocket, TCG Pocket content next week? There's like 2 new packs, Time and Space. Palkia and Dialga, the Diamond Pearl legendaries, have 2 new packs with a whole bunch of new cards. I'm really excited. I've been kind of getting a little bit bored of Pokemon Pocket recently. I've sort of like, you know, had not that much to do. I feel like I've gotten most of the cards I wanted, and I haven't even really done the verses in a minute. I've just been unpacking my free packs. Speaking of, why don't I just show that real fast and unpack the thing right now. You say idea for a game, but you just have a full game in your head now. It doesn't exist, but you know everything about it. Yeah, that's how it feels sometimes when you know, spend a lot of time doodling up ideas. You know, as a kid, I feel like I, for one, definitely imagined, like, oh man, it'd be good if, like, it would be amazing if, like, one day you could just, you know, just say, like, okay, with advanced enough AI, make the game for me. Make it how I would make it, but I feel like the reality is like, no, that's not how it works. Even like the AIs we have now, which are getting to the point where you could totally like do some slop ass shit and make some bullshit. They can't, they don't know what a compelling level is yet. They don't know what a compelling game is yet. All they can do is sort of fake it a little bit and copy an existing game, you know? And they can make you some cheap art, but that just ain't right, you know? I feel like that's an idea that you have when you're 20 and you can't do it, and then it all comes to fruition and it's like, oh, it's actually slop. It's like just garbage if it's not made by humans. Nothing. Big fat nothing. I haven't gotten anything I haven't gotten for a while. Once they do trading next week, I need to trade for the Proto Man is here. Fantastic. Once they do trading next week, I need to get the, let me see. I mean, I guess there's a bunch of cards I don't have. Like, still don't have Oddish? That's not a rare card at all. How do I still not have Oddish? I bet it's in a pack that I'm not unpacking. Actually, that's probably it. I feel like the thing I've been looking for, though, as far as, like, specific cards, is I don't have, Gardevour, which is how you do a Mewtwo deck, because Gardevour lets you put a free Psychic Energy on any card once per turn, which is how you do, like, Mewtwo's big attack spammably. I need to get 2 of these, and I don't have any of these, and once trading is in place, I will absolutely be trading for this. There's probably a good number of other things I could also trade for, I guess. Some of these are crap, though, and that's why it doesn't matter that I don't have them, so whatever, you know. Hey. Looking forward to the new content. The couple cards that have been revealed look nice. Look like they have cool designs that, you know, the card game people who are, like, experts in this stuff are saying, like, oh, that could be like a meta staple. That Palkia, gonna be a meta staple. Dialga, also a meta staple. Staple. I could talk for hours, but, you know, whether or not it's gonna be intelligible, that's anyone's question. That's anyone's, that remains to be seen. Yep. Proto Man is here. Confirmed. Hey, thanks for the bit, 06I. Wonderful. I appreciate it. Like, a bunch of more of those and I'll have $1. Can't wait. Can't wait for that stuff next week. It's, kind of boring between seasons, I think. But, that game's still cool, and I appreciate that you can kind of just sort of, you know, not play it as a video game and just unpack your free packs, and that's easy enough to do, like, on a regular basis. Like, I haven't gotten much out of it for the last 2 weeks or so, but I'm not out, and also when there's new content, I am right back in. So, you know, it's not like some other live games where I get burned out and I'm just like, okay, well, I'm gonna fall behind and that's that. Like, nope, just continue getting my free shit, and, you know, I've gotten a bunch of hourglasses ready to go for when the new packs are out, and I can just rank them. Just run through them. Interesting that you can't stand on that guy as, the other, as, you know, Mario Brothers 2 Mario. USA Mario. Solid level. Good. You don't see, I don't see that much of, Super Mario Brothers 2 Mario, honestly. Kind of odd that you don't see that much of him. He's a good, good gimmick. Hey, Angel Den. It was a cool level. That's right. That's right. I'll say Angel, and anyone else who is, Angel's Den. I'll say anyone else who is new. The queue is currently closed, but if you'd like to get one in there, let me know and I'll open it for you. And let me know when you're ready to do like an add command as well. Let me know when you're ready and you know, we'll try to do it quick. In and out, open and close. Thank you, thank you, thank you. I am hitting complete. Good work, Proto Man. You've been trying to make your super world utilize both the mushroom and the super ball flower. I did that as well. I did that. I have one level that has the level that has one and one level that has the other, and they're both pretty good levels. You just came home from a 4th underground rave. You love rave parties? That's not my thing, but I'm happy for you. You might be surprised, you know, I'm a pretty outgoing person as far as the stream goes. I stream for hours. It's a pretty social thing to do. Talk with people online for like 4 hours at a time, or just talk to myself if chat is slow. Like I said, I can talk for hours. um, but like at a party where like it's decentralized and there's not like one main thread, that is just not my element. I'm just like very liable to just go look at my phone and be like, okay, I'm just gonna play something on my Switch. If I'm the center of attention and I can like, I can MC some shit like nobody's business. Like, oh, it's time for Jackbox. Oh, I can put that on the TV. I can, guide us to the games that are good. I can keep that going and have a great time doing that. You know, but like, if it's just gonna be like, oh, everyone talk to someone else at random and do some small talk, that's not my jam. How far ahead should one look at houses and such to buy? I'll say I've been looking to move away from apartments this year, and I've been looking to move away from apartments. Chard says same. I feel ya. Little bits of an introvert type thing, huh? I've been looking to get a house, or a townhouse, or something of that nature. Condo, I don't know. I don't think they have condos in my neck of the woods, honestly. I've looked. It's only townhouses or houses, and they're both pretty expensive, but whatever, man. That's a thing. Hey, blue-haired boy, perfect. I forgot to ask. Also, you've been chatting, so yeah. You have been here. Imagine making a game and it's retextured to be a Mario game. Then most characters are considered Mario characters. Yeah, but it was Nintendo making it in the first place. So it's not like it was out of the blue. You know, a lot of the same people who made the original Mario, I think? Question mark? Like, there's shared DNA, regardless of the fact that it was a reskin. Originally. And there's a lot of other games that have gotten reskinned and have, like, jived with the regular thing more. I'll say, my lease is ending this summer. My lease is ending this summer. I'm frustrated in a number of ways with apartment life. You know, the fact that it's all money out the window. The fact that, like, you know, if ever you want them to fix something, it's always a fucking struggle. Right now, my sink is leaking. My sink leaks when it turns on. It leaks like a second stream of water. And I've had a ticket open for the last week. For like over a week now. Nothing. No word. Sucks. Fuck this shit. I'm out. I want to just own it outright. And if I need something fixed, I'll bring in the big guns. I'll pay for someone who's good. And who has the time of day for it. I don't know, like, should I be looking? Should I be, like, trying to lock something down? Like I said, it's gonna be, like, 6 months until such time as I can pay. And, not pay, like, move out of the house, move out of the apartment. But, like, I feel like I should start looking. I feel like I should start that process, start figuring out, like, okay, like, down payments, how's that gonna work? I'll say, just, like, without going into details about financial stuff and whatnot, I did have, my job pays a salary, right? But it also has, like, a bonus that's also, like, been promised to me from the start in an amount that I wasn't sure, like, if it would be that amount. And without getting into details, it was confirmed to me that it would be that amount, and that I will get it, like, next weekend. So, like, I got, like, the biggest payday in my life next Friday, I guess. Or, like, at the end of the month. So, like, I think I'm gonna buy a Tempur-Pedic bed, and then I will look to get a house locked down, because Man, I'm feeling pretty good. I'll say, obviously, like, you know, really that bonus is just, like, comes out of the compensation, you know? I just get paid a little less every month so that they can retain me and I have an incentive to stay the entire year. Which, you know, is, to be fair, manipulative in a way, but also, like, I can't look at a good amount of money like that, which I will not give it the specifics of. I cannot look at a sum of money and go like, oh, this is, and go anything but like, down payment, most of, some of, I don't know, what percent do you do a down payment of? I could probably do a good amount of. You're saying no world, not world? Which one do you want then? Blue-haired boy. When you were living in an apartment, you had a leaky bath fountain for at least a month before you got any sort of news on it? Yeah, I need to call them. I need to call the office and complain and get someone out there like pronto. Swamp. Deadly Swamp. This one. Okay. You got it. And the clear rate here is above 1%, so no bonus heads. Gotcha, gotcha. The bonus heads are now situational on being under 1% or the super world, if you're wondering how that works now. So yeah, thinking about that, need to go look at houses, I guess. Townhouses, maybe particular. I really don't need that much space, is the thing. You know, I maybe need... I want a bedroom for an office that I can use for, like, work and stuff. I want to have a, I want to have a bedroom, obviously, a master bedroom. And I can maybe use a third room just for, like, a streaming room, just for, like, a studio. But also, maybe the studio could just be the living room, and we could just have that, I could just have that continue to be the thing. That would save me having to furnish, like, another room, I guess. This is not going well. This is going very poorly. You did that really well compared to most people's first try. I mean, compared to first tries, yeah, but, like, yo, we got, only the 5 tries, unfortunately. I'm surprised the clear rate is that high, considering, you know, above 1%, considering, like, how that went, but, you know, it is a difficult level. I guess 1.5% is still moderately difficult, to be sure. Yeah, I need to start looking at houses. I guess maybe I could maybe lock down the house in, like, April or something. April, May. And then look to move, like, in June. And I know I have a vacation coming up in July, so if I could have it all done by July, that would be ideal. Otherwise, I would be, like, doing it in August or something, I think. A big move and change. That makes sense. I'll say I need to, I probably shouldn't be moving on my birthday. I probably should be all moved in by my birthday because I like to do a birthday stream. And if I can't do a birthday stream because I'm in the middle of a move, that would be awkward. Also, once I get a house, I would like to get a dog. I would like to have a dog. I think that would be nice. I don't have a dog in my life. I am in a dog interregnum, you know, since my parents' dogs died. And they're not going to get any more since they're too old. That means that I have to get a dog now if I want a dog in my life, if I want to end the dog interregnum. Geometry Dash Fan has the world record. That's right, that is the name of the world record holder. Good shit, blue-haired boy. Let me hit dismiss. We'll pull up the next one. We're getting right down to it. Rock Party is up next. All in all, this is looking to be like something like a 4 hour stream. That's about right. Honestly, I wouldn't mind a 3-hour stream one of these days, but, you know, hey, it's a good problem to have. Lots of people to talk about. And like I've said many times, this stream, and what will most assuredly be the title of the VOD, I can talk for hours, so it's not a problem. It's just, occasionally... I can't help but feel like the longer a VOD is, the more intimidating it is to a new viewer who finds the VOD, right? Like, a 2-hour VOD, that must be like paradise to a new viewer, right? Like, okay, yeah, sure, 2 hours, that's fine, that's a movie. 4 hours, it's like, oh, forget that. Maybe. Like, that's a reach. 6 hours, it's like, oh my god. That's indecent. It's also hard for me if I'm going back and clipping up the best moments of the stream. If it's like 6 hours long, you know? Next week, hopefully, will be shorter. I would like to do a 2-3 hour stream next week, I'll say. Not that I don't love playing your hours, your levels for hours, and like I've said, I can't talk for that long, but whatever. Got some chicken legs and some shake and bake. I got some chicken legs and shake and bake at the HEB yesterday. Haven't had chicken legs and shake and bake for a good long while, but used to be when I first moved out on my own, like, 12 years ago? Used to be when I first moved out on my own, that was like one of my staples. I would have that like every week. I would do that and do pork chops as well. I would cook them all at once, put them in Tupperwares for the week, and I would have that combined with some sort of like vegetable side for my meals for the entire week. More recently, I've been just doing like, leftovers from family. Like my mom always gives me some leftovers when I go over to her house, the folks' place, right? Like, whether it be meals from the week that they've saved for me or like just what we had on Saturday. I often have those, and also I do like Stofers and stuff, and I can make some spaghetti for my own. But I haven't made chicken legs in like forever, and I would like to. I feel like that'd be good for a change of pace. Chicken legs are pretty tasty, with the shake and bake bullshit, especially. Got a whole big thing of them, like, how many, like 15? 12, I think, a multiple of 3. I usually do 3 at once, I think, or 2 at once. I'm not sure how many I do at once. It's been too long. I haven't actually had a chicken leg based meal in like forever. You've been eating a lot of salads lately? I don't do salads. I can't speak to that. That's just, it's not my thing. Not my area. That's gonna be tasty. I'm looking forward to that. Already with the trolling. This is a troll level, by the way, so, oh, the clear rate was probably, you know what, I didn't check the clear rate on this. Let me check the clear rate. And, yeah, it's well below 1%. Let me give the bonus heads and, set them up. Yellow Toad, let's go. You know, we'll, I forgot the bonus head, so I won't count the first one. But also, we're gonna die. We need to go over here. Okay. And also, the platform there. It's possible I could get out, actually, if I use some skill. I could maybe get out from under the doodle. But, I would have to use skill to do it, and that's hard. Don't count chickens before they hatch. Which is hard to do because no one has any eggs right now. It's all wrapping around like an episode of Seinfeld. All the conversations are wrapping around like an episode of Seinfeld now. Not really. The egg thing was too forced. Damn it! The joke at the end of a Seinfeld episode wouldn't be so forced. No, they'd be more clever than that. It is true, though, that eggs are hard to find, as we've established earlier. Chicken, on the other hand, chicken's normal. They have a normal amount of chickens. Do they? Why would they have a normal amount of chickens, actually? Like, why would it? Something's up with that. Something's up with that platform there. Why would they have a normal amount of chickens if, like, all the chickens are dying and they can't lay any eggs anymore? Wouldn't you just have, like, no chickens? We ran out of lives, such as the lightning round. I was moderately trolled by that. I'll say, that was some moderate trolling. Unfortunately, we didn't get quite deep. We barely got like 2 jumps into that one, actually. Alas, alas, thank you for the level rock party. Let me hit this miss, and yeah. I like chicken. You know this about me. Chicken, steak, good things to eat. 06I, go ahead and confirm. I'm not allowed stuff to talk about, but, you know, I can talk for hours, and I will continue to talk. Even through this. 06I says hi. Wonderful. You're like second to last. You're not like full-on last, but you are the second last, considering that a new viewer got in like at the last minute there, while the queue was closed. Thwarted. Shard has own egg-laying chickens. That's pretty sick. I mean, I guess all chickens have the potential to get pretty sick right now. Super World, that means we get bonus heads, and they're randomized. Well, bam. We got Luigi! Hell yeah, that's what we're looking for. We love Luigi here. Again, Yeti, put it on a shirt. Put it on the shirt, the Yeti. I would buy it. I will buy it. If there is one tomorrow, I will not be able to put up it as a short, will I? I kind of hope that I could do it. This is referencing something I was talking about earlier, where I did a call out to Yeti and said I would put that up as a short. I guess there are things that could come out in the next couple days that would make that infeasible. We'll keep an eye on that. Whatever, let's play this rainbow level. I don't know. I'm not an artist, by the way, so I can't, like, do a shirt for them. I can't submit it. I don't know, like, how exactly they get their shirts. I don't know, like, exactly how they get people to make the designs for them. I just know when I see a good one, I buy it. Sometimes. I haven't really bought that many shirts in the last, in a while now. I kind of have a lot of them. And also, even since, like, returning this Twitter and Blue Sky, I haven't, like, kept an eye on, like, what exactly Yeti is doing every day. I don't, like, have them as, like, a page, you know? When I was doing, like, Twitter religiously, I'd always see, like, you know, their posts and know, like, okay, that's the shirt for today. Wonderful. I feel like even since I came back to Twitter, before it got canceled, I haven't really been seeing their posts that often, which means it's just, like, the algorithm decided I really didn't want to see it, actually. Which, okay, well, I guess I didn't miss it, so got that down, and also saved me some money, but I could use a few new shirts. I could always use new shirts. Hey, PI Company. The queue is closed, but you are a new viewer, and I wouldn't mind letting you get one in. Let me know if you're good to go. Shard says, yo. People are saying hello. Even in the Twitch chat, they are saying hello to you. Let me know if you're ready to resubmit. In fact, I will open it right now. Go ahead, get it in there. Come on, bots. Put it into the YouTube chat so the YouTube people know. That's like your whole job right now. Stream Elements, what are you doing? Okay, the Stream Deck did not put the message into YouTube chat. Great, cool. Let me just type it out for you, PA Company. You can submit now if you want. Only PA, though. There we go. Using this keyboard ability that I have now. Love having the keyboard. It's been dead handy last few weeks. Since I got it for Christmas. Is there like a fine here? PA Company got it in. Wonderful. Let me hit close. There we go. Wonderful. We have two more after this one then. We have two more. I don't have to say anything other than two more. I mean, I don't know off the top of my head the name of every viewer that got... There's two of them. I don't know the name of the other viewer, so, like, I can't just name them. That'd be hard to do. I haven't memorized the list. I'm not looking. What the hell's going on here? What are we doing? Why? Is there an invisible block? Help me out here. 06I, help. I can talk for hours, but I can't jump higher than Mario can jump. That is a limitation I have. Wait, what about here? That's it. That's it, how we do it. Okay. There's just a place we can jump from. We got it, 06i. You can, relax, take it easy. I think I understand what to do now. I didn't really get bonuses at my first job that I had for 10 years before my current job, so kind of a new thing for me. I'll say this new job is a lot more chill and a lot more, I feel more appreciated here than I did, but more appreciated at my new job that I've had for a year now than I did at my old job. So things are nice as far as all that stuff goes. And like, you know, like I said, like, bonuses are cool even if they come at the expense of like salary. You know, even if it's like, okay, well, an engineer's salary is typically like this, but including the bonus part of your compensation, you know, it's actually fine. It's actually fair. You know, not the... Like I said, I'm not gonna talk about that publicly. I'll also say I still, you know, part of me is considering, like, just like, when that goes through, just, dropping some subscriptions to the community, you know? But also, at the same time, I do want a house, and, like, you know, they are expensive, and no amount of money is enough money for a house, really. You know what I mean? In any case, I'm gonna be, like, deep in debt at the end of this year. And, just, you know, with a mortgage, just, like, paying it out a little at a time. And probably will be doing that for the next, like, 10 years, so... You know... I can't afford a lot of things. I am doing pretty alright. But at the same time... You know, always could use more. And I'll also say, like, you know, if y'all appreciate the stream, if y'all appreciate the stuff, I appreciate the hell out of any bits, any subs, all that. You know, this hobby, I love it a lot. I love having this hobby. I love doing this twice a week, maybe even 3 times a week on occasion. And regardless of, like, you know... how work does. I appreciate, regardless of, like, you know, I probably make like $100 with, bits are a Twitch thing. It's like, if you see a one bit go in, that's like 1 cent. Mortgage is 30 years. Yeah, I'm gonna be playing it for the next, like, 30 years. Christ, until I'm, like, retired. Ugh. Whatever, it's better than rent where I just, that's money's all out the window, and I never get that back. You know, with mortgage, you do get it back if you sell your house. That's how that works. No money is enough to pay off, like, houses these days. I've looked, they're like 500 grand, even for, like, townhouses, most of them. Even for, like, the townhouses here, which... Christ, that seems like it is a lot. But, you know, at the very least, you can say, like, other than income taxes, it doesn't go up over my lifetime, so eventually, inflation being what it is, eventually that'll be reasonable, right? I don't know. I'm trying to keep on the bright side there. I don't know about that stuff. I feel like I'm in dangerous territory here as far as, like, things not to talk about. So, you know... So, let's leave it at that. As far as all that business goes, I need to talk to some experts, I guess. Talk to experts, figure out how that's gonna work. I'll say no more. Say no more on the topic. Say no more. Say no more. There's some topics I would rather avoid just for, like, personal reasons, you know, because I don't want to mix my, my professional and private lives that much. That, seems like a thing where it's just safest not to do. You know, I saw the other day some lady got fired from, like, being a meteorologist because she said, yo, fuck Elon Musk and his Nazi bullshit on her personal socials. You do not jump off the cliff there. I don't know why I thought that was the way. But also, we did get a refresher, so we're good, and we just lost 1 life. It's fine. Okay, cool. You know, you gotta be careful with that stuff. I say some spicy shit sometimes, you know? Separate realms, separate realms. You gotta keep that shit disconnected. But anyway, I'm excited about the prospect of owning a house. I would like to get a dog. I would like to have, like, an office space type deal, I'm thinking. I still have my washer dryer from previous apartment that didn't have them, so I'll be able to just use that. There's a lot of things about this apartment that are suboptimal, which will be nice to be rid of. I just hope to find somewhere nice that is, like, not super, 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 super expensive. Yeah. I think it is not controversial to say that if you do a Sig Hail, that's fucked up. Do not do a Sig Hail. Do not do a full Sig Hail. That's Nazi shit. And, like, you know, if anyone were to defend that, the thing I'll say is that, you know, say what some people on social media said, like, okay, anyone says you it's okay to do what Elon did, tell them, like, okay, you do it. You do it right now. Do it right in front of me. Do it right now. Sig Heal for me. Sig Heal for me. They won't do it because, it's like, well, I'm not an idiot. You know? That's, not something that I'm going to do. Yeah! Yeah! Obviously! It's not good to Sig Heal. You can't even show it in certain countries. It's not allowed. I hope she gets her job back because that is bullshit. That is straight up bullshit right there. Chart is up, chart is present. Excellent. Let's see what the difficulty level of this level is. Or if we do the super world, the bonus heads will come there as well. Wonderful. I want to get a dog. I want to use multiple rooms for stuff. I guess a 3-room would be a good thing to get, just because then, you know, if I did come up with an idea for a 3rd room, I could do it. You know, the thing that I always thought would be, like, the best thing for it would be, like, a VR room, but I don't really need VR. I don't think, even now, like, that didn't take off. You know, VR isn't a thing. Maybe eventually someone will crack that code and, you know, there'll be a call for a VR room in every house. But, nah, hasn't happened yet. I don't think it's going to happen. So, you know, whatever. Well, fuck, what? What was the clear rate? I didn't see the clear rate. Hang on. This is 9%, 10%. Okay, so this amount of heads is fine, is adequate. Perfect. Okay. 4 tries left. Let's be more careful. It's a bit of a beam walk. Like a balance beam type situation here. Can we wait for the lava to recede? Or is this just up and up and up and up? No, it's receding. Okay, cool. I feel like with a house, it's, you know, that's like a good excuse to, like, take on a new hobby, right? Like, oh, you know, you have that sort of space, you might as well just get into 3D printing, right? You might as well get into, like, VR or like a hobby room, you know, something like that. Like that to me is a fun idea of like what you would do with that extra space. But I don't know. A studio, like a dedicated studio, might be a good idea, I'll say. Especially if, like, you know, if I were to get a dog, right? Do I want to have the stream stuff? Do I want to have, like, the consoles and stuff in the same room that a dog could, like, you know, freely go chew stuff off on? You know, I feel like there should probably be a distinction between, like, a dog room and the game room. I've never had that need, considering that I live alone. But, like, that could be a concern long term. I guess all I would need for, like, a living room situation would just be, like, enough to, like, you know, I would not need to necessarily have Marvel Rivals in the living room, right? I would just need enough to, like, have my streaming services and, like, you know, access to a browser so I could, like, shit! I should jump from the other side. That's the ticket there. Checkpoints refresh our lives, by the way, so, you know, jot that down. That's gonna be a very helpful checkpoint. Considering we've lost, like, most of them. There's a lot to consider with a house, I guess. Maybe I should look for one with, like, a 3-bedroom situation. And, you know, 2 or 3 bedrooms. 2 might be enough if I never, like, separate the studio and the, if I never just have if I continue having the living room be the main way. Does anyone have dogs? Does anyone have, like, their living room set up in the same room that the dog hangs up in? You know, I'll say, I do remember having dogs that did chew up controllers and crap. I don't want that. I don't want that to happen to me. Especially if we're talking, like, brand new Nintendo Switch 2 controllers. Like, my god, if that got chewed up, that would be a nightmare, right? What do you reckon? How does that work? God damn it. Was that the last try? Shit, did I run out of tries? I guess I ran out of tries. I legitimately thought I could have... Okay, well, next time maybe we will make it. This has an 8% clear rate. That is not bad at all, and yet we ate it. I mean, I guess 5... 0 out of 5. 1 out of 5 would have been like a 20% clear rate. If we had gotten it on the next try, it would have been like a, what is a sixth? 16.66666666% chance? This is way under that, to be fair, but still, levels with this sort of clear rate, we usually manage. Whatever. Hey, thank you for the level anyway, and, I had fun. PA Company is up next. PA Company, you're the last one. You just submitted relatively recently. I think you're good. I think you're good for it. I can't imagine you would have dropped out after one of the shortest waits of the night. At the start of the stream, we sort of had a slow start. Took a bit to get up to speed, up to like a full queue, but we eventually got there. We've had tons of levels, tons of good ones, and indeed, I talked all night. Let's play this 31-second speed run. What's the clear rates? I should look more closely. Look more closely, because that is important now. The clear rate is well over 1%. We don't get any bonus heads. Let's do it. Yeah. The whole clear rate determining bonus heads is a new mechanic, is a new gimmick. I haven't quite internalized it yet. People in chat are reacting to this level. The timer is very short. What? What? Huh? I got a key. Okay. I'm probably dead from clear rate stuff. Oh, and from a saw as well. Okay, but we know what to do, though. We know what to do, though. I mean, we don't know what to do. We don't know what to do, but we have an idea what to do for this first screen. We need to be big. It's important to be big here. 26 seconds left. What? Huh? What? Huh? I can't... What? Back here? What? That's a head scratcher there. What the hell? Let's review. Let's review. So, we went through... Okay, we died there, right? So, we went through this room first time, earlier. We went through the pipe, and then returned here to this first room. And there's kind of nothing we can do here, because... First off, we don't have time. Second off, we are basically back where we started with no power-up additional. How is this supposed to be good for us? How are we supposed to use this? There's a P block thing. Go through the pipe. What? I don't understand. How is the clear rate this high? You need to glitch into the coin into the big mushroom. What? Right side of the vine, hugging the one way, then collect the giant mushroom while on the vine. Glitch into the coin, the big mushroom. Oh! Oh, on the vine. We need to be on the vine. Okay. So how do we do this? We need to be on the vine and probably on the side facing the thing. Did B-Side ever beat this level? I don't know who B-Side is. Interesting. That's a... I was just a little concerned when you said glitch, as if it would be like a challenging thing. But that was not bad at all. That was pretty straightforward. Very doable. Now what? If you're big, you can do that? But that doesn't let you get into the pipe. What is the... What does that let you do? We got one try left, folks. Let's do it. I'll say a checkpoint would refresh our tries, but also, I'm feeling lucky. I'm feeling lucky. I think we'll be able to do this. I bet it'll be intuitive. The clear rate really isn't that bad. I bet once you figure out... Once we have this, it should be intuitive what we need to do with it. Is it? Am I getting any ideas? Well, I could... Throw snowball! Snowball! It's snowball time! Oh, I throw a snowball and that activates the thing and that activates the P! And then I can go through the door. I have 8 seconds. Link! 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 That doesn't look good. I probably need to hit that on-off. Yeah, I need to hit that on-off and I'm out of time. Deflated. Little bit deflated. That was the last try. Interesting, interesting. Very cool, very cool. The puzzle eluded us for a bit, but, you know, we got pretty far. We're all out of lives now. Such is how the lightning round works. That is also the last level of the night. Thank y'all for coming by, for giving me your levels. It has been a fun night. It has been a long night. I have talked for the entirety of it. My lips are reasonably parched, as they often are at the end of a stream. I should drink more water through the stream. I think that's what that means, when my lips get all chapped and crap at the end. I'm hitting dismiss, because we didn't beat it. You're allowed to resubmit next time. That's right, Chard. That's right. You're allowed to resubmit next time. But for now, I will say that the stream is just about over. It's weird. Sometimes the bot isn't like doing the messages that it should. I did dismiss, right? Weird. Well, whatever. Something's wrong with the YouTube bot, maybe. As far as that goes. That's funny. That's funny. Whatever. That's gonna do it for tonight. I'm gonna pull down both things there. I'm gonna make myself really big, and then I'm going to end the stream. And in particular, I'm gonna pull up the schedule here. There's a bunch of streams coming up. Next Tuesday will be the last variety stream that's on a Tuesday for a while, because I'm going to be starting a full playthrough series like relatively soon after next Tuesday. That stream will be a random revisit of Braid, which I just realized I owned and I played. Apparently, I see on Steam that I played 2.5 hours of it, probably like 10, 15 years ago, and I have no memory of that. Let's randomly revisit Braid, I guess. That'll be next Tuesday. There'll be viewer levels next Friday, as per normal. Then the Sunday after that, not this Sunday, next Sunday, I'm gonna try out that viral meme game. There's that one. There's a thumbnail for that. Me-Side, which is sort of like a horror dating game, sort of like Doki 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 Literature Club, or whatever. Then, like in 2 weeks' time, 3 weeks' time, couple weeks now, February 11th, there will be the start of a series of 6 random rareware playthroughs. In particular, there's the thing. I'm gonna spin a wheel at the start of every one of those streams. And then whatever it lands on, that's what I play. So it could be Star Fox Adventures, it could be Grunty's Revenge, it could be all 3 DKC on GBA, the GBA versions, it could be Conker's Bad Fur Day, it could be Cameo, or it could be a secret playthrough that I am not revealing at this time. That one will not be revealed until it is landed upon. That'll be like mid-early February. I will do as many streams as it takes to complete each game, and then move on to another one thereafter. This will probably be like the big project for the next like year, other than House and random rare replays. I love Rare, one of my favorite studios. It's after 3 years of streaming, it's kind of crazy that there's this many Rare games I haven't played on stream, haven't completed on stream, and looking forward to do that. Major ones that I like, that are like big in my childhood. So yeah, that about sums it up. That's future stream plans. That's coming up. I'm going to do a raid on the Twitch side. Let me see who I can send y'all to. Not sure how many folks are around, but I'm going to send you to Dan Reichert. Perfect. Enough to do a Dan Reichert raid. He has like a minimum viewership that is required to do a raid on him. We meet the minimum. Perfect. Lovely. I love watching Dan Reichert on Fridays. Like nice, lovely Friday night mess around, whatever the streams. Sometimes he watches bad movies at the end of those streams. He is like my favorite streamer, low-key, and he is what I'm going to do with the rest of this Friday night. Y'all take it easy. I'll see you on Tuesday for Braid, Friday for more Mario Maker, or you know, multiple other times in the future for multiple other things. Y'all have a good one. See ya on Tuesday or Friday or whenever. Bye, folks.